All right, look at this. Right on. What a terrific turnout for a hurricane. Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
One.
Welcome to the Hurricane Show. Very good. Nice turnout. All right. Well, I hope none of you are on the west side of Orlando today, because you may still be getting pelted. I'm on the east side. I'm on the campus side of town, the main campus side of town. So we're in a lull period right now. 23, 24 folks. This is all good. How'd everybody make out with the holiday and section 1 point whatever 3? Any problems with that? Okay. I'll touch on a couple of things before I go to today's stuff. This should be pretty simple day today, only a couple of key concepts to really cover. Just want to make sure there's no more stragglers here, and I'm going to get started. Let me try sharing my screen. That might keep you all going here. Okay. Good, good. All right. So today, where are we? We are in section 1.4. Technically, we got to get through 1.4 today. I just want to backtrack a little bit and make sure that this is all solid with everybody. And we'll cover media, calculating media card capacity, just a little bit about codec and color science. We'll do more about color later. Just a couple of things. Talk about sensors a little bit. So section 1.3, section 1.3 in review. Let's go to the breakdown here. So everybody understand, I mean, you taking it all in, the concept of the department as a thing in terms of film manufacturing. So obviously, when you guys do your your student projects and stuff, you're going to have small groups of friends or whatever working on it with you, and a very unstructured sort of everybody does everything working mode. But once you get out into the industry, and of course to the extent that you pursue the higher levels of the industry, it gets more and more like manufacturing in a lot of ways. Specific departments doing specific things, union representation, card membership that guarantees that certain people do certain kinds of functions on set, and everybody kind of keeps in their lane, does their job. And the camera department has sort of mirrors that that approach to the process by also having a hierarchy within it. And even though it's not, for instance, out in Los Angeles, for instance, lighting guys don't touch props. Props don't touch grip equipment. Camera people stick to their own stuff. And that's all card carrying protocol, just to make sure that, accidents don't happen. Unqualified people don't start dabbling with things that they shouldn't be dealing with. And everybody kind of sticks to their job description, so that the massive volume of work that has to get done maintains everybody's focus, and each person is doing the particular thing that they were hired to do. It really has a very practical justification behind it. It's not a power thing, and it's not a exclusivity thing. It's really an efficiency thing. If you have 3 people running for the same object on set when it's asked for, that's an inefficient mode of operation. So if it's a C-stand, we ask the grips to please make sure that you got somebody paying attention. You bring that item in when we need it. Lighting, likewise. Camera, likewise. Props, etc. Okay. So within the camera department, we have the same kind of focus in terms of job description, but it's not uh, out of the realm of possibility, for instance, for the loader to be asked to come in off the camera truck and perform a duty that's above their pay grade, at least, on a momentary, temporary, or daily basis. And usually, if it's more than a couple of hours on a given day, for instance, if a loader is brought into the set and asked to perform C camera first assistant duties for half of the day, the loader's going to get a pay upgrade, which is a nice thing. We call it a bump. And, it's nice to get a bump once in a while, especially if you're at the bottom of the totem pole, because it means you know, a fairly substantial increase in pay for the day in most cases. So it's not unheard of for the disciplines to intermingle more within the camera department. But uh, as a starting point, we generally, stratify the department based on, experience and uh, um, uh, the DP is the head of the department. So of course he hopefully represents the most knowledgeable and experienced amongst the camera department members. And then as we go sort of down the list here, we have either folks that are, less experienced, or maybe less knowledgeable of the position above them, or simply waiting their turn to move up as the opportunities arise. So it's not unusual, for instance, for a DP to hire another DP as a camera operator, because there's only so many movies that are going to happen in Hollywood in a given season. And so that means only X number of DPs are going to have a working job for the season. And, you can either enjoy the break, or you might start a film in deep pre-production, or do a little scouting, take a vacation, or pick up a job on a feature as a camera operator and support another DP in their objectives, and collect a paycheck and have the opportunity of working with other people and getting sort of an infusion of fresh ideas, fresh blood, if you will. So we got DPs, camera operators, assistant camera people. So we've got first ACs, which are AKA focus pullers, second ACs, AKA um, clapper loaders. And then, of course, there are exclusive loader positions on film jobs, particularly because it's a lot of work for a second AC to try to be on the camera truck or in the dark room, dealing with film and the consumption of raw stock and the recanning and processing of exposed stock, to deal with onset duties as well. So we usually divide up the second AC position into an onset second AC, and then an additional second AC, or we also call that position a loader. And a lot of times the loader represents the uh, um, starting level, entry level job position. So for instance, when I was 20 years old, 19 years old, uh, I didn't have any industry experience necessarily. I oddly enough, been a working professional still photographer for a year or two prior to getting into the film industry. But that experience didn't necessarily cross over and give me enough credibility or enough time invested to take a position higher than a loader. There's a lot to learn in a motion picture ecosystem. So the loader was the starting position. I took it, and that was how I sort of got my gears turning within the camera department. So this is your entry level position. Sometimes there's a camera PA if it's a fairly large film, and they have some kind of uh, some kind of program, maybe from a local college or within the union itself, where they're offered individuals who have no experience, who need to learn the ropes, if you will, within the department. A lot of times we'll get to hire a camera PA. If it's a union job, it depends on the particulars of the contract. If it's a non-union job, we're much more flexible in who we're capable of hiring under what sort of conditions. So there may be a camera PA, production assistant, specifically for the camera department. And that would be considered an entry-level position as well. The digital imaging technician, this is something that was born out of the digital age. Before we had a full digital workflow, when we had a sort of a hybrid workflow where we were shooting film on set or shooting video tape on set, and then having that stuff redigitized in post-production to a file-based workflow. There might have been somebody on set that we used to call a black box operator. And those people had sort of a rudimentary way of doing what the DIT does now in terms of image presentation on set. So if we were shooting film with a camera equipped with a video tap, the video tap would be piping an image to an onset monitor. The director is looking at the onset monitor so that he or she has the same point of view that the operator has. And they can sort of see and check on how the images are being, composed and captured. Not a lot of flexibility there because most video taps are a separate image gathering system than the film camera. So even though you might be seeing the image that's coming through the lens by virtue of a beam splitter, the video tap was based on a video capture device, and the film stock was going to have a different rendering quality to it. So all the video village technician, we used to call them, all they would really be doing was optimizing the onset monitor for the director so there's a presentable image to look at, but it didn't reflect what the camera was capturing. That was something that was only revealed through what we called dailies, which were the processed and one light printed or best light printed versions of the work from the day before. And all of that I'm going to touch on all that post-production stuff later, further down in the semester. But basically, they take all your negative that you shot the day before, they process it, and they do a one print release for the production company that can be projected, or in most cases, transferred to video or to DVD, and then shipped to location so that the department heads concerned with the image creation can see the work that was done the day before. That was where we were in the film days. When we started going hybrid with Vericams to tape, we could take the image coming out of the Vericam and we could black box it. We could tweak the colors a little bit, and so that the presentation on the director's monitor on set had a much closer rendition to the final image that was going to be generated in post-production. Still not quite the image that was being captured in camera, more like it was enhanced, and those files were then saved as sort of proxies that were given to the colorist, and then the colorist would take the raw video from the camera and they would match it to what the black box operator was doing on set. In a later version of the black box process, the emerging DIT had the ability to bake those looks in a file on set as well. And then when full digital transition took place and digital cameras creating digital files within the camera were looked at on set, obviously the image coming out of the camera is precisely what's being recorded. And so the DIT then either takes the raw file, which is totally uncompressed, uncolor corrected, unbiased, digitized image from the camera that's being generated, and then applies a bunch of filters and things to that image so that you get some sense of what the finished product can look like. And so the DIT, the digital imaging technician, is a position that sort of coexists in the camera department, but has a much different set of priorities, different job description. And the DIT has to really have a deep understanding of the image and the image quality of both what's being rendered and what's possible from those files in order to tweak and present images on set to a director or a producer that might represent the downstream workflow of those images. Okay, so this person, the DIT, is almost emerging with a similar equivalent authority to the cinematographer. And I say that very carefully because I don't want to create the the notion that the DIT is somehow existing for their own sake and doing things however they feel is appropriate. They're definitely following the image instructions and the desires of the cinematographer and the director in terms of the adjustments they're making to the image, but they don't have the same sort of focus or attention that the loader is giving the project or the first and second AC. So this is an interesting and unique position that is emerging in the digital era that we never really quite had before in the age of videotape and film. So that's the structure of the camera department as such. We talk a lot about the DP because they are the figurehead of the department. But what I want you to understand is that when we're talking about the DP, in many cases, we're talking about the image in general and its creation, and understand that you can slice that apple up into all these different concerns within that department, the camera department, and see which individuals are focusing on which aspects of the image creation. So these are pretty fun jobs. I spent a couple of TV series as a loader, moved up to a second AC, and then stepped into the first AC position fairly quickly, and stayed there for a couple of years before I then moved out of the camera department and became more focused on lighting. But we'll talk about these positions more throughout the semester. The big takeaway from the second AC position that I'm hoping that you all latched onto was the idea of the slate practice. And I got a couple here. This is one that I'm using now. It's a what we call a dumb slate. It doesn't have any time code running in it. Although I do have a digital slate application loaded into my my tablet, my Apple tablet, and it does have a free running time code in it as well. But the idea with the slate was, we're creating a sync point for the editor to link the sound with the image, when, particularly in the days of film. And then the rest of the stuff, the information on the slate is labeling, basically. This would have been our version of metadata in the film days, right? So camera roll number, scene from the script, scene number, take number, the name of the production itself, name of the director, name of the DP, and then other interesting stuff for the editor, particulars like the date that the images were taken. So the date this work happened. We have some of the particulars, day interior, night interior, or day exterior, night exterior. If we used any filtration, we'll make a notation of that here. We've also got whether we took sound on the take or not, sync sound. Okay, and then there's some other stuff that can also appear on slates. This is a fairly standard arrangement. Everything else, particulars, notes that we might have for particular scene and shot number would be entered onto a camera report. A lot of times I would take and tape a camera report right to the back of my slate so that after I slated the camera, I could step out of the shot, and while the camera was rolling, I'd turn the slate over and I would have my 3-color carbon camera report back here, and I would re-enter the same information on my camera report on the back side of the slate, and then any notes like if there were any processing instructions for the lab for that particular can of film, or if there were any other aspects like the lens size, the f-stop we were shooting at probably, the distance from the camera to the subject. And all those notes are important if there's going to be any, for instance, CGI added to the scene. The post-production supervisor and the digital effects supervisor will be very interested in information like lens sizes, f-stops, distance from camera to subject, and so forth, color temperature, whether we're shooting daylight or tungsten film. And all that stuff is information that they'll use when they're creating the CG for the film. So all of that was the responsibility of the second AC on set, kind of a clerical position, really, within the department. A lot of paperwork for the second AC, a lot of inventory, a lot of keeping track of all of the different clips of film that are being created, because it ends up collectively being a lot of information and a lot of material over the course of a season, for instance. Here's one of my old war-torn slates from the old days. It's gotten quite old at this point. I found it in a box the other day. Don McQuaig, ASC, was the DP on this particular job. It was Gulf City, a TV series done in Tampa back in the, I think the slate, yeah, the slate has a date on it. Check that date out, folks. April 1992. Gulf City. So I was additional second AC on that particular job. Ended up bumping up to full-time second AC. The second AC bumped up to B camera first assistant. And it was a good experience. Good job. And that was basically, there's a video about how to deal with the slate that I think is in your video section of the modules. I think I'm going to check here really quick and make sure I gave you folks a copy of a camera report to take a look at as well. Where's my modules? Where's my modules? Oh, I'm in modules. Let me advance this then. Let's see here. Downloadable PDFs. Hopefully has a camera report in here. Oh, videos. Whereas here's your second AC from Film Riot. The folks over there, I love those guys. They're a lot of fun. Here's your how to use a slate. This girl is great. She's a second AC down in the Australia market, New Zealand market. Her YouTube handle is Flick. I'm not sure. I guess Flick meaning motion picture. And she's got a whole series of videos on how to be a camera assistant in Australia. A lot of similar stuff. If you watch her videos, be careful. Some of her terminology doesn't translate exactly to Hollywood terminology, but it's all basically the same idea. And she's really good because she works a lot. And so her point of view is from somebody who's working in the industry, like the way I used to do. She's dialed into the big feature films and stuff. Okay, downloadable PDFs. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, okay. I will put in here for you guys a camera report that you can check out as well. Something that will show you how to sort of catalog the information and keep track of the shots as they're being taken on set. It's a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy it. If you get the job, it's a lot of fun to do. It's a great point of view on set because you're there. You have to be around the camera. A lot of times the first ADs will chase everybody off the set who doesn't have to be present while the camera is rolling. Okay. He calls those the combatants. So a lot of times the first AD will say, all non-combatants, please smoke if you got them, take a break. I'd invite you to head over to craft services and have a cup of coffee while we roll. We'll call rolls and cuts for you, and then you'll come back in when we want to change things up a little bit. So the AD will chase everybody off the set to minimize the amount of confusion and individuals around the camera while the camera is actually capturing images. So, but the second AC needs to be there. So you're there for the whole process. You got an excellent point of view of everything that's going on, from the blocking rehearsals where we're figuring out where people are going to stand and how they're going to say stuff, and the camera's figuring out where it wants to be, to the actual rehearsals where you're doing things like marking actors' positions on the floor. I would use a tape roll similar to this. Mine were actually, these are 1-inch colors. I would use 1/2-inch colors so I could get more colors on a roll, and they were a little bit easier to deal with when you got a whole bunch of colors like this. But these were basically for putting marks on the floor for where actors are going to stand when they deliver their lines. And there's different colors for the different actors that are maybe appearing in a scene. So at the beginning of a movie, like on the first day, or even in pre-production when we're doing camera tests and stuff like that, lighting tests, makeup tests, I'll figure out as the second AC what actors are going to be what color on the movie, and then I'll make that the same throughout, right? So if we were doing, say, I don't know, if we were doing a Bruce Willis movie, for instance, he'd probably be blue, or I might go and I might ask him, hey, Bruce, what's your favorite color? You know, and then he'll say, oh, blue. Okay, well, you're blue then. Whenever you come into the set after we've had maybe a quick blocking rehearsal and you've kind of shown us what you're going to do, the next time you come into the set, there's going to be a bunch of blue T marks or blue boxes on the floor, and those are where you stood and did your different things. And so he'd come in and he'll always look for the color blue on the floor, and he knows that's exactly where I need to go and do my thing. And then you might make the other supporting actors different colors, and then make sure you maintain that every day. The actor is the same color every day, so that there's no confusion, and they always know when they come into the set what's going on. And if you change something, let's say during a lighting rehearsal, let's say, a lot of times what the first AD will do is send the reelies, they call them, out to their trailer for a break or to study their lines, or they might send them to hair and makeup, which is usually somewhere off stage, maybe in a hair and makeup room at the studio, or they'll have a hair and makeup trailers right outside the sound stage. And we'll have those on location or at the studio. And the actors will go back to the works, they call it, where they get a workup. They get their hair, their makeup, their wardrobe tweaked, their prosthetics if they have them or whatever. And we'll do subsequent lighting rehearsals with stand-ins. Okay. And we might have a problem like, there might be an aspect of the set where we need to have an edge light or a key light coming, and we can't quite get it in the spot we need it. So we have to move the actor's mark or do something like that to accommodate the lighting. And when that happens, the second AC will go in and lift the mark and put a new mark down where the new lighting cue is coming from. So now the actor comes back from hair and makeup after about a 15-minute break, and the T mark has moved 2 or 3 feet on the floor, right? And so as a second AC, I might let them know, hey, we had to move your T mark a little bit to accommodate the lighting over here. Hope that's okay. Hope you can deal with that. But they knew right away to look for the blue mark on the floor, and it wasn't where they had last seen it. They find it, it's 2 feet away, and then we have to sort of ask questions and make sure everybody knows what's going on with that mark. Okay, so the second AC is kind of doing an interesting job on the set. The focus puller, in a lot of situations, once the focus puller or the first AC is on set and the production has started filming, that individual can then focus squarely on their responsibilities with the lens, making sure the focus is correct, is sharp, taking focus marks, and setting the f-stop on the lens, and then starting and stopping the roll on the camera and keeping track of how much media is being shot and letting the second AC know when it's time to reload. So the first AC can sort of camp out next to the camera and really get in the zone in that position once everything has started rolling. In pre-production, the first AC is a little bit of a harried scatterbrain because there's so much gear to be tested, loaded into trucks, accounted for by units and by positions, testing gear, make sure everything works properly, adding and subtracting gear as it's added to the list or taken off the list. A lot of times in pre-production, the DP will be arguing with the production manager about the cost of the package and how it's sort of escalating in price. And so they might say, okay, well, to save a little money here, we'll take this expensive lens rental that we were going to use, and there's a less expensive lens. I don't like it as much as this one, but it'll get the job done and it'll save us a little bit of money, and then we can go with that other thing that we needed. And so there might be a shifting of the actual rental package in pre-production. And the first AC has been dealing with that for days or weeks prior to the start of filming. But once filming starts, all of that sort of gets, he or she gets tunnel vision, and all of a sudden their specific concern is right there at the camera at the moment that things are happening, right? So, this is one of their biggest, this is the stock and trade for the first AC, is taking your focus measurements, right? So getting the distances that each of these actors are going to be from the camera when they deliver their critical dialogue, and making sure that those points are marked on the lens. I used to use grease pencil, something like one of these guys. This is a Stabilo white grease pencil, and I would mark the barrel on a cinema lens in the places where I had checked focus for particular points on the floor. Here's another version. This is actually a barrel China marker. And this would work really well on a Panavision lens. The lenses are nice and big for motion picture capture. They're not like still photo lenses. They've got big barrels with a lot of places for you to put a grease pencil mark or whatever when you're marking those positions for camera. And that was, that's kind of what you're doing as a first AC, is you're making sure everything stays in focus. That's your primary job once the camera starts rolling. So the loader is there for support. Obviously, loader is implying an analog day and time when we were shooting film stock, because there was a lot to keep track of. As a loader, I used to have to, I took the media inventory. So I was doing a daily report on the amount of film used, take the camera reports from the second AC, because there'd be basically a camera report for each magazine of film, each can of film that was shot. And it would have what scenes and takes were on that particular can of film, right? And so I would be taking the spent mags to the camera truck. That's where my darkroom was. Download those exposed rolls of film into canisters that would then be shipped to the lab for development. And then the camera reports that went with those cans of film, I would transfer the information off the camera reports onto my camera darkroom report, so that there was redundant information there. And I was also keeping track of what cans of film had what clips on it, what scenes, how many takes, and so forth. And that became part of my inventory analysis as well at the end of each day. How many rolls of film were shot, or how many feet of film were shot, how much film was wasted. In other words, you never shoot a magazine full of film completely, okay? Because what'll happen is inside a magazine, like you can see the magazines on these cameras here. You see these that look like Mickey Mouse ears on top of the camera? Those are the film magazines, right? So a fresh load of film would be put in the forward section of the mag. And as you shot film, it would go through the camera and it would gather on the backside in the rear section of the magazine. Okay, and the film would roll off of one spool and through the camera and get gathered on another spool. So if you shot the entire roll of film out of the camera, what would happen is the tail, or the very end of the film stock, would get pulled out of the fresh spool, and the free end of the film would then go through the loop inside the camera and chatter around, making a whole bunch of noise. And then as it's spinning on the take-up side of the magazine on the other end of the camera, it would go tick, 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 tick. It would make a bunch of noise, right? And we would call that a rollout. And the problem with a rollout was, because film is an emulsion and the chemical is sort of smeared on the emulsion in manufacturing, and then they cut it into predetermined lengths. During manufacture, they kind of know about how much emulsion needs to get smeared on a 1,000-foot roll of film, right? And so there might be an inconsistency at the very end of the film stock where the emulsion's not so good, or they might evenly coat everything for miles of film and just chop it up into 1,000-footers at Kodak, for instance. But in the development process, because of the way they develop film, 3 or 4 feet of every roll of film is basically ruined in the process of putting a what they call a leader tab on a piece of film as it goes through a developing machine. And that part gets exposed to light and it gets, all messed up. And so whatever image was there is going to basically be destroyed. So you didn't want to roll out and shoot something critically all the way to the end of a piece of film, because you knew that the last, 3 or 4 or 5 feet of film were going to get ruined anyway. And so you might have some good content there that got destroyed in the development process. So we would stop a magazine of film, not at 1,000 feet, but I would usually stop a magazine when I felt like we had shot, somewhere around 900, maybe a little bit over 900. If we hit 900 feet on the camera's readout and we cut the camera to reset for another take or to another shot, we would call for a reload. Okay. So the second AC would be keeping track on the camera report, how many feet were shot with each take. And then at some point you realize, whoa, we're at 900 right now. Let's cut this mag, let's reload, because that last 100 feet might not actually be 100 feet. It's a kind of a guessing game, exactly how long that roll of film is, and you don't want to figure on 1,000 and end up having it be 995 for some reason, and there wasn't 5 feet in there anyway to rely on. So we'd cut it at 100 feet. We would know that some of that would get destroyed in the development process, accounting for inconsistencies in the actual physical size of the roll of film. And then 100 feet doesn't seem to last very long anyway in the camera. When you're getting in there with a slate and the camera's already rolling and you're getting the sound is coming to speed and the camera's coming to speed, you're marking and then you're getting out of the shot, you're burning a lot of film anyway, just in the process of IDing every clip that you're shooting. So 100 feet is not a lot of wiggle room. So if that's all that was left in a magazine, I would never want to start a fresh take of anything with 100 feet left, unless we knew consistently that the take was only lasting for a few seconds. And then I would ask the script supervisor, how long are these takes running? And she would say, how much film do you have left? And I'd say, I'm right at 900. And she'd say, well, the last take was only 30 seconds, but if we start and stop at it for any reason and the actor has to reset and go again, we might not have enough film. So let's go ahead and reload. And we would go ahead and swap mags. So then I'm taking that to the truck and I'm dealing with that responsibility of downloading that exposed roll. Okay. All of that information, translates into my darkroom report. And that gets passed in triplicate. I keep a copy of that documentation on the camera truck for the department. I would send a copy to the lab with all the film for development, a copy to the production coordinator for record keeping, and then a copy of that would also go to the production manager, because they would be keeping track of how much film we were shooting on a daily basis to make sure that that number was falling in line with what they had budgeted for the film project as a whole, right? So the production manager has a sense through creating the budget and pre-production how much film is going to be shot each day, and they budget for that. And then they want to make sure that if we're a little bit below that, great, we got money that can be reallocated from the budget to other stuff we need money for. Or if we're shooting over the estimate given in the budget, the production manager knows they got to start pulling money from other places within the production and within the budget to accommodate the overage the camera department is experiencing in terms of film stock consumption. So there's a lot of reasons for this paperwork. And when you're on a production that's keeping track of money because the budgets are tight, this is critical information that several different people within different departments need to be tracking. And the loader and the second ACer at the center of that little universe, by keeping track, by doing our camera reports and doing our darkroom reports. So it's an important job, even though it seems like it's down on the hierarchy of the camera department. Each one of those positions is really kind of critical, because on a big movie, you really can't survive without each of those positions being occupied by a qualified, competent person that can handle the specific responsibilities. Loading, it's funny. I always used to think it was odd that, at 19 or 20 years old, I was the one who was responsible with loading the magazines for the camera at the beginning of the day, and throughout the day, downloading the exposed film stock and replacing that with fresh stock in the mags, and keeping a steady flow of fresh magazines going into the set from the camera truck. And then everything that was shot, I had to recan it and get it prepped and packaged and sent to the lab at the end of every day. And if you think about the number of people on a production and the amount of money that each person is making, and the actors and the soundstage you're renting and the props and everything, all of that money is now infused into the value of that can of film. It might have cost you, it's about $1 a foot, more or less, to buy film stock and another $1 a foot to develop it, right? So you figure 1,000-foot roll of film is worth $1,000. So that's if you don't shoot anything with it. But the minute you shoot something with that 1,000-foot roll of film, it now takes on the value of the production for the amount of time that that film was used on set. And so that roll of film coming out of the soundstage might be worth $250,000, right? And I always thought it was funny that they gave that responsibility to the youngest, least experienced person on the crew. And it's a little bit like a baptism by fire, I suppose. If you screw up, you'll never work in this town again, kid. That's what they used to say. But if you do the job, it builds your confidence. It raises your profile. It garners you respect from within the department and outside of the department. People see a young person taking on the responsibility of a loader on a major feature film, and they know that person's got a lot of weight on their shoulders. And even though their job isn't real technical and there's not a lot of engineering prowess in what they're doing, or there's not a lot of grandeur or a lot of glamour in what they're doing, the responsibility that they're accepting by dealing with that exposed film stock is on par with anything anybody else is doing on the set. So it's a unique initiation into that whole world when you decide to take on the responsibility of being a loader on a major feature film. So gosh, if you ever get the opportunity, beg, borrow, and steal to get the job, because once you do, it can really set you on a path for success. And certainly, you will earn your chops in short order in a position like that on a movie set. So each one of these positions, unique in its focus, equally important in terms of getting the job done. And while it seems, minuscule or unimportant, it actually bears a great amount of responsibility. So that is the camera department. I know there's a lot more to it. I hope that you guys all had an opportunity to look at the pre-recorded lecture, because I go into that stuff at great length. I do have the keynote from this particular section, and I think that I've kind of covered what I want to cover in review from here. So this is all the position descriptions. How to slate properly is the video you want to look for on the web courses. And yeah, and then the reading, chapter 2B is from the Hosier book, and that is it's still kind of an introduction to the camera department, but it does start talking about the positions and what the different positions are. So you should be up to speed on that, or getting nearly up to speed. Is there anybody that still hasn't obtained a copy of the textbook for any reason?
Me, I'll get the book this week. I already bought it. I'm just waiting for it to arrive.
Waiting. Okay. Yeah, you'll be okay. I don't do quizzes in this class. So there's a midterm, which is still a couple of weeks away, and then there's a final. So you got time to get caught up on your reading if that's the case. I wouldn't worry too much. This is still fairly introductory information, so you won't be operating at a deficit if you have to get caught up, say, next week or whatever. Okay, so I can put this one to bed, I think. Okay, this one's for today. So I want to talk to you about digital media today. So I'm going to talk to you about cards and capacity of cards and stuff like that. So, and I want to talk to you about how you can calculate your runtime on these cards. It's kind of easy in the film analog side of the filmmaking universe, because there's only two sizes of film stock in the film industry, really. There's 1,000 footers, which is pretty much the standard sync sound load for a camera. Although 3 camera sitcoms, for instance, that are only ever on stage and they work with PED cameras, three or more of them per show, they can get 2,000 footers made by Kodak with special magazines because they're running for longer periods of time in between rolls and cuts. But in standard motion picture assembly, motion picture manufacturing, the 1,000 footer is the standard length. And that is we know that's about 10 minutes at 24 frames per second. So we got 1,000 footers and 400 footers. We have 400 footers. They go in a smaller magazine for a film camera so that when we're trying to build the camera for a handheld mode, maybe over the shoulder or running around handheld, 400-foot magazines are a lot easier to manage than 1,000 footers. 1,000 footers are for the camera when it's on the dolly, studio built, and we're moving that thing around the set in a big bulky workflow, right? But the minute we want to yank the camera off the dolly and go handheld and run around with it, we want to strip it down of all of the unnecessary parts and then run on a 400-foot magazine. There are 250 footers out there. You can get them like for ARRI 235s and for IMO cameras and stuff like that. They're not as typical on a film set. So we basically know 1,000-footer runs 10 minutes, 400-footer runs about 4.5 minutes. Bang, that's it, right? Digital, however, is far different. So we've got different size cards that have different capacities, and the record times on all of these cards is going to change based on your frames per second, your compression of the files you're creating, and the resolution, right? So the data is going to get consumed in different ways based on different factors that you have dialed into your camera on a digital workflow. So it becomes kind of important to know more about these media cards than simply the brand and the gigabyte size, because the gig size is no guarantee of the recording time. You have to do a little bit of calculating to figure that out. So I want to talk to you about that today. That's really the focus of today's conversation. And then I got a couple of other things to talk to you about. So we'll talk about media, recording formats, and a little bit about compression. Okay, so disclaimer. During this course, I'm going to address a variety of questions that pertain to the art and craft of cinematography. We'll consider the fundamentals and the technique, the workflow, and the style. And the most common initial question that looms on a lot of minds is, which camera is the best? And I want to put that question to bed as soon as possible. And I would like to say that that particular question can't be answered specifically because it depends on a range of factors, and those factors are going to be determined by you, the director or cinematographer, the script that you want to shoot, the kinds of shots that you're going to need to create, and then the camera equipment can be selected as you start paring down the needs of the film project, particularly. I like to say the best camera for the job is the one you can put your hands on right now. And I say that all the time. That's maybe one of my favorite mantras. The best camera out there is the one you can put your hands on right now if you need to shoot right now, right? So, I mean, I've been playing with little stuff like little Hero GoPro cameras lately. Just because, I've got them laying around and I'm thinking to myself, I don't even know if this creates a decent image anymore based on, what's going on with camera technology and so forth. So I've been doing a lot of GoPro testing over the last week and just looking at the quality of the image coming out of it, just to, figure out, is there ever a time and a place where I'm going to want this anymore? And if so, when and for what? And if not, maybe I'll get rid of it, so that one less thing I got laying around that I can, sell and maybe buy a lens or something that I really need. So sometimes, this is the perfect tool, right? I mean, I watch a lot of sailing videos on YouTube, and I think that probably the majority of those people, their primary capture camera is a GoPro. on some form of either a handle, rudimentary handle like this. They might have it in a stabilizer, into some complicated rig with a microphone and a light and all that stuff, and that becomes their primary capture device. And if that's the case, then that's a legitimate need and a perfectly applied piece of technology. Some people like the point and shoots, the mirrorless stuff, or the DSLRs. We got DSLRs here, and they got the Black Magic cameras here all over the place. I'm surrounded by this stuff, right? Which camera do you use? Well, in my case, I can reach about 8 of them just sitting here. So I have to know more information than that. What am I shooting? What do the images need to look like? What's the workflow going to be? How much help do I have? The last thing I want to do is bring out an Ursa Mini, for instance, that really needs a second AC and a first AC and an operator, because the tripods are big and heavy. That I might be on a dolly or the Steadicam, and all that stuff is big and has a lot of parts, and you can't do that on your own, right? You can do this on your own all day long if you have to, right? You could even probably do this all day long if you had to, or let's say you're running around with a Lumix camera, right? You can do that all day long with an onboard microphone and maybe an onboard video light or whatever. So those determinations are all based on the need of your production. And so I want to have that conversation with you kind of as well. Go ahead.
Just to relate it to, for my own notes' sake, so it's similar to sort of like the creators of Saw, how they didn't have all the like big awesome equipment to shoot a big proper film, so they just kind of grabbed whatever they had and made that short, and then they later on optioned it to a studio. They showed it off. They were like, "Hey, this thing's cool. Can we make this whole movie?" And they're like, "Yeah." And then they got the nice lighting in the stage and all that, but it was like really rough in the original short. So it's just get the footage and then learn with the footage, and then when you get the fancier camera, it'll just be an extension of your knowledge with the original equipment. It's just you're just learning new equipment at that point.
Yeah, or maybe you got who said it? Churchill, you go to war with the army you have, right? Or was that maybe that was McNamara? That's what it is, right? Sometimes the budget is what it is. I can remember times when I was younger and I was working in the camera department. We would all know what the modern pinnacle camera system was to be using, but the productions that we were on, maybe they were low budget productions and they didn't have money for the best cinema platforms that were available. For instance, in the Panavision line, in my day, the pinnacle was the Millennium XL, right, which was the Cadillac of Panavision cameras. But the Millennium XL had a weekly rental price, and that might have been outside of the budget for the productions that I was on. And therefore, we would have to go to a less expensive in the Panavision inventory, either based on availability or based on cost. And that was what we got, right? So you make that work because this is what you get, right? And sometimes the low budget productions are all about that, right? You might not want to shoot on a Canon 5D for whatever reason. Your preferences lie elsewhere. But the production, the producer might say, well, this is all we could afford in terms of renting lenses. The director owns the camera, or the DP owns this camera. If you're not the DP, somebody owned the camera and we're just renting extra lenses from Lens Pro to Go. This is what we got. This is what we have to shoot on. We can't afford to rent anything else. We need every cent we can get for wardrobe and lunch and stuff like that. So sometimes you are allocated or given the responsibility of making your skill set fit within the limitations of whatever they can afford. So it's the choice can go either way, really. So you have to be able to deal with that when faced with that kind of challenge, right? So the whole point of me talking to you about these cameras and what their differences are and why you would want Micro Four Thirds camera versus full frame camera, or Arri versus Canon, or film versus digital, or whatever. A lot of it has to do with the different possibilities you'll get faced with. It's not necessarily, is film better than digital? Is Canon better than Arri? Or is Panavision better than, Eclair or MovieCam? It's not really about that. It's about, look, if you get stuck with this, you should know about it, know how to deal with it, understand it as a tool and apply that tool to your problem, so you can get the best result out of it, whatever that objective is. And that's really what this is about. It's not trying to figure out what's best, because best is a weird word. I really don't like best. Best is subjective, right? From your point of view, best might be something that you've seen or you've dealt with, but there's a whole bunch of stuff you haven't dealt with. And so you don't have that knowledge to base your opinions on, right? And no matter how good, for instance, when we're talking about the best, people in the industry, the best director, the best cinematographer, whatever, no matter how good you think you are, there's always somebody better than you waiting for an opportunity, right? And they may or may not be in your field of view, right? These people might come out of left field and you never even saw them coming, right? So best is a weird term. It's a trap. And I don't like to get in. I like to avoid it if possible. Just say, look, I'm doing the best I can with the factors under my control, and then beyond that, it's everything is a set of compromises. So how do we make those compromises? You do it based on your understanding of the tools, how they work, how you can apply them, and what results you can expect when properly applied. Okay. So we've talked about the camera department, how it's organized. We talked about the concept of a DP, what they're trying to do, what they're trying to accomplish. We're moving through the camera craft idea by idea. So the next idea that I want to talk to you about is, you're making something. So we figured out who's making it, why they're making it, what they want to make, who's helping them make it. Now we're going to talk about the actual act of recording itself. What's happening, right? And in this case, I want to talk to you about the digital workflow. I don't touch on film and cinematography, one, because we're not really doing that anymore. Not to any substantial degree the way we used to. Most everything is digital at this point. So the best way I can prepare you for the industry would get you aware of the digital workflow. And then if you're lucky enough to work on a film project at some point, you're going to learn it on the fly like we used to do in the old days. And that can be a good thing too, because it's fun. It's a real charge to be hit with a situation that you have to sort of adapt immediately to on the fly. So you'll learn it on the job if you're lucky enough to get film experience, and that's how it'll go. I'm going to touch on it though in cinematography too, a little bit, the film process and some film cameras and things, and just show you what the workflow used to look like. It was a little bit of a hair puller compared to what we got now. So I want to talk to you about these factors that go into the recording consideration, right? So the cameras and their sensors. So we used to have film stocks, and we had film stocks by brand, film stocks by sensitivity, color versus black and white, fine grain versus coarse grain, which meant very sensitive film stocks for low light, or stocks that were better suited for an abundance of light, like shooting outside at the beach, for instance. Different film stocks applied to different situations. Now we have sensors, and sensors are kind of like the film stocks in a way. There's manufacturers of sensors, there's resolutions of sensors, there are color sciences that are engineered into the sensors that give the images a certain look that can be considered unique by brand. Then we have compressions, and we have all of these different factors that are affecting our recordings. And so the sensors are kind of at the center of that whole thing, and they bear a lot of similar um, um, sort of cornerstone concepts as the film stocks did. So I want to talk to you about sensors and pixels and resolution and bits versus bytes and so forth. The first thing that comes to mind when I want to start talking about sensors and capturing digital images is the rectangle we're going to look at it in, right? So we call that the presentation frame or the presentation format, right? You're going to watch this thing on television. Are you going to watch it online? You're going to watch it in the theater. Where are you going to see this thing you're calling a movie, right? What's your venue, we would say? What's your presentation venue, right? An aspect ratio is that frame that we present. Okay, we can capture in a particular frame, but in the post-production process, we can re-evaluate that frame. We can go from a long rectangle to a square, for instance, and vice versa. But the process is a little bit more tedious when you go from a smaller original to a larger output. But we can change the shape of that rectangle in post-production to suit the medium that the audience is going to consume it on. For instance, right? I can watch an anamorphic video on this phone, right? It'll be letterbox top and bottom, and you'll get a long narrow strip on it. It can be done. But what's more common with a cell phone is most people forget to turn the cell phone horizontal when we're dealing with motion picture, and they keep it in the vertical format, which was always more associated with still photographs, vertical position, because it was the orientation of, can anybody guess why photos would be more vertical oriented than horizontally oriented?
Because the phone is vertical.
Well, the phone is vertical, but that's form following function, right? This
Right.
whole device was designed around how humans want to operate it, not the other way around, right? That was Jobs's whole
Right.
approach to design. How do humans want to handle this device, and design the device that way to accommodate those needs? But the photographic frame was vertical because photographs, their first application was newspapers and magazines, right? And even the newspaper, when you open it up and look at the whole page, it's oriented vertically. So in other words, the width of the page is narrower than the length of the page. And the magazine cover is the same way, the page in the magazine, narrower at the top, longer along the sides. So the still photographic standard was a vertical standard. But movies and television have always been oriented so you get more action, more performance area in a horizontal format. All right. But I see people all the time shooting video on their cell phones, and they're doing it vertical like this, right? What you end up with is a smaller video file that's putting a horizontal image in your vertical work surface, and you're not utilizing the entire possible workspace that you have available to you. So that's just one way of understanding that presentation medium, not media, but the medium itself, the device you're going to look at it on, might dictate certain things about the aspect ratio you want to shoot your videos on. Okay. I've took some shots from Grand Budapest Hotel for this particular lecture because they're colorful and they're fun to look at, and I love this movie. And because, how many of you have seen Grand Budapest Hotel? I don't have the whole thing up here. Is that a lot of folks? Let's see. So some of you haven't seen Grand Budapest Hotel?
I haven't seen it in full, but my other film courses have covered it with various clips, so
Oh, have they?
I'm familiar with the framing. Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, Wes Anderson has photographed that movie with his DP is I'll think of it in a minute.
Robert Yeoman.
Bob Yeoman, thank you very much. Yeah, they shot different rectangles within that entire movie. So sometimes you were looking at what we call an anamorphic frame, a long rectangle. Sometimes you were looking at a traditional theatrical rectangle, 1:8:5 aspect ratio. Sometimes you were looking at a square on the screen. The image was within a square, and then he would apply letterboxing top and bottom or side to side to accommodate that format. And in an interview, he revealed the reason why he was doing that was to pay homage to the history of film and film capture. And so in the earliest days of motion picture technology, we're talking about late 1800s, the traditional presentation medium was a square, 1:1 aspect ratio. Okay. So the square aspect ratio nowadays is kind of a rare thing to see, because what's our presentation medium now? It's either a phone with a longer rectangle or your television set, which used to be more squarish in the old days. Like when I was a kid, the TV was almost a perfect square. Now the TV is what we call a 16:9 ratio. So it's got a very short height and a really long horizontal, so that it matches more the acquisition ratio of the cameras that are shooting digital now, right? So Wes's movie has 3 different aspect ratios in it that symbolize the 3 key stages of evolution of the film as an art form, right? So interesting. And it's funny because the first time I watched the movie, I didn't even notice. I was so wrapped up in the humor and what was going on. And I've worked with Ray Fiennes before, so I'm looking at Ray going, man, he's so funny. And didn't even occur to me to scrutinize the presentation frame. And the second time I looked at it, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, what happened to what's going on with the letterboxing? And I thought it was, I thought I had a problem with my TV, and then I realized, oh, what's he doing? And I saw the interview, and I thought that was really, really interesting. It was really a fun little sort of piece of trivia that he built into the movie that is not talked about. It's not within the discourse of the movie itself, right? It's outside the dialectic of the movie, but it's there. And if you're a film fan, or if you're paying close attention, and if you're smarter than me, you pick up on that on the first time you view it, right? So the 3 key aspect ratios that I'm talking about are the 1:3:3, 1:8:5, and 2:3:5 aspect ratios. And all they are is basically they're computations based on the length and the width of your presentation frame. Okay. And the camera can capture in the same presentation frame if you want it to. Or like I said, you can capture the presentation or the total frame with the camera in 1 aspect ratio and then present it to the audience in a variety of different shapes if you want to. We're even deviating from the rectangle nowadays. We're going to, for digital, we're going to cool stuff like, circles and custom polygons. The square is becoming just that, square, right? So, but these are the 3 primary ones. So in the old days of the cathode ray tube television, the glass screen TV, and for most of the early film industry, except the very rudimentary beginnings where we shot 1:1, shortly after the technology gained momentum, we shifted to a 4:3 aspect ratio for a variety of reasons that have to do a lot with technology and the engineering process and what was possible at the time. And the 4:3 image frame was born out of a lot of engineering necessity. And the aspect ratio was what we call 1:3:3 or 1:3:3:1, 1.33 times the length into the width. Okay. So if you took a calculator and you took a 4:3 aspect ratio and you divided the horizontal by the vertical, you get 1:3:3. Okay. So that was a 4:3 aspect ratio in capture and in presentation. All right. 1:8:5 is the product of different dimensions, 17 divided by 9. Well, more or less. 16:9 is our current digital presentation aspect ratio. If you divide the width by the height, you get 175. Okay, so a little bit, or 178, we call it, a little bit smaller than 1:8:5. 1:8:5 is the rectangle you get out of a standard motion picture camera shooting film currently. 178 is the image size in proportion that you get out of a digital cinema camera shooting digital media. Okay. 2:3:5 is the anamorphic adoption. This is an optical process There is a digital process that approximates the effect of optical anamorphic projection. And it's either 239 or 235. 239 is the film equivalent of anamorphic, and 235 is the digital equivalent of anamorphic. Okay. Let's talk to you a little bit about aspect ratio. I want to show you this video really quick and you can see what you think.
And now our feature presentation, Lawrence of Arabia, presented in its original Ultra CinemaScope letterbox format.
Well, I can't see anything.
Who's the rather attractive girl on the camel?
That's Peter O'Toole.
I want to make a quick video on the usage of aspect ratios as a thematic device in film. While the first 40 years of film were limited to one ratio for length and width of a screen, modern filmmakers have several aspect ratios to choose from, and each one can have a different emotional effect for the viewer. Let's look at why filmmakers choose the ratios they choose and explore the emotional effect of changing aspect ratio during a film. The oldest aspect ratio is the 4:3 Academy ratio, and it lost its popularity after the introduction of 16:9 ratio in the 1950s. Directors still use this ratio sometimes, though, to make the film feel like it's from an older time period. A great example is the Grand Budapest Hotel, which switches to Academy when the story goes back to the 1940s.
It begins, of course, with...
The aspect ratio change is a great way to emotionally transport us to the time period when this ratio was popular. We associate the aspect ratio with old-timey movies, and it helps pull us into the old-timey style, quirkiness, manners, and culture that the Grand Budapest Hotel has. 500 Days of Summer uses Polaroid square ratio as a way to show a glamorized, reminiscent past. This time capsule look coincides nicely with Tom's old-fashioned, unrealistic view of love. Towards the end of the movie, though, this Polaroid look is eventually pushed off screen as Tom realizes the expectation of this old-fashioned outlook does not coincide with reality. 2.35 ratio is ultra widescreen, and it gives the look of an epic big-budget drama or sci-fi film. I like how Auntie Donna uses it for over-the-top drama.
Mark thinks he's so good, but compared to you, he's such doodles at robot games. I mean, he is the...
The ratio is reserved for extremely epic movies. A movie like Napoleon Dynamite would look kind of off in this extreme ratio, but a movie like Star Wars wouldn't look nearly the same without it. Portraying space is commonly associated with big aspect ratio changes. Interstellar switches to IMAX footage when the shots are of space and goes back to 16:9 for shots of the spaceship. What better way to make space look bigger than by literally adding to the screen? The same is done in Apollo 13 and Galaxy Quest to show the huge scope of space. Aspect ratio changes to add scope aren't exclusive to space movies, though. Right before the Bane vs. Batman fight in The Dark Knight Rises, for example, the camera transitions to bigger IMAX footage. This change has a great subconscious emotional effect. It reminds us subtly that we're about to watch an intense, epic scene. Hunger Games also does a good job of adding anticipation by slowly expanding into IMAX footage before the fighting begins. The right aspect ratio can contribute to the realism of a film. A scripted film that's supposed to look like a documentary has to be 16:9, or else it won't emotionally feel like a documentary. The opening scene in The Incredibles purposefully looks like 16mm 6:9 ratio film, and the effect adds realism, so the movie feels less like a cartoon and more like a realistic action film. Catch Me If You Can cleverly uses aspect ratio change to show Frank is contained. He starts on TV in the small Academy ratio, and then he's next shown through a small slit in a wall. He is literally being squished in the frame. It gives the emotional feeling that Frank is trapped. The most ambitious aspect ratio changes are when the ratio is ignored completely. Life of Pi has the fish literally jumping out of the frame. And Oz the Great and Powerful does the same with a burst of flame. It's a really immersive technique and makes for a great visual. Aspect ratios have a chance to greatly contribute to the visual storytelling of the film. Whether they indicate time period, intensity, or added realism, aspect ratios are another clever tool at the disposal of the modern director. If you want to fully understand the style of a film, the film's aspect ratio is a great frame of reference. Thanks for watching.
So that brings up a really cool concept, right? Which is in the digital realm, so in the film realm with film cameras, you were kind of locked into an acquisition aspect ratio based on the camera, and there were things inside the camera that were manufactured to a specific rectangle. But now with digital, we have this amazing flexibility at relatively low cost or no cost. Now you could change it, you could change presentation form with film by reprinting and creating a series of intermediate copies that would reconform the presentation into a different rectangle, but it's a very costly process and it uses 2, 3, 4 times as much film. But in the digital realm, we can reassign the aspect ratio in the editing system. As a matter of course, you know, when we're opening a project for the first time, we tell, for instance, Premiere or Final Cut, we tell it the basic parameters of the content that we're going to be cutting, right? It's a certain resolution, it's a certain aspect ratio, it's you know, certain codec, whatever. And then we can get inside the NLE and change our mind again if we want, and mask off or increase, you know, magnify the image to fit into a different framework. We can do all of those things in digital now. So it opens up the possibility without being concerned at this moment with the actual specifications themselves. What we can say is the digital recording medium is offering us the clever manipulation of our presentation rectangle as a matter of compositional choice, which is really interesting because that wasn't always the case in the film day, or you had to know going in what your application was going to be and stick to that decision all the way. In digital, we can kind of change our mind without really any ramification, which is an amazing manifestation of new power given to us through technology. So I think that's the most interesting point of this film was that now aspect ratio is not just something we have to live with based on the camera that we've been given to work with, but it can be a compositional choice, right? Which is why I love the opening with the Family Guy, right? Because they're making fun of CinemaScope, which really wasn't that extreme. CinemaScope is fairly common now. They call it scope or cinerama, or a lot of people just use the term anamorphic to, you know, broadly apply to any rectangle that's wider than the standard theatrical 1:8:5 ratio. So anything outside of 1:8:5. So 2.5, 239, 233, all of those different aspect ratios are possible, easily possible with digital. So again, consider your audience and what they're going to consume your product with. Is it going to be a TV? Is it going to be a widescreen TV? Is it going to be a computer monitor? Is it going to be an old school television, maybe a CRT? Or is it just an old 4:3 monitor that's, you know, on an old computer, right? Some folks are still running around with 4:3 aspect ratio computer monitors. Why, I have no idea, but you know, so the solution, if you got a widescreen format to look at, is to apply these letterboxes to the problem of unused screen space. And then your image is contained within the new rectangle. So, but this is it. Always consider how your audience is going to view your film. And then maybe you're going to shoot it to make it easy for your content to slide right easily right into that medium, or are you going to have to play with it and post a little bit to resize it? Really, the choice is yours at this point.
Does that mess with the image quality?
Not as much with digital. It did with film. That was one of the big trade-offs, right? So if you shot in one aspect ratio and then you wanted to change it to another aspect ratio, every time you made a copy of what you had on film, that information was degraded by one generation, we used to say. So just to do special effects, for instance, you had to make a copy of the original, and then a copy of that using litho high contrast film to create your masking and stuff, a copy of an element on a green screen, for instance, sandwich all of that stuff together and make an additional print of the resulting effect on the live action piece of film. And you would have 4 generations of degradation, which was why we had large format cameras and smaller format presentation film, so that we could go from a large negative. By the time you suffered 4 generations of quality loss from a large negative, you were down to the quality required of your presentation media to begin with. And that was how you could avoid a lot of serious degradation through an optical printing process. But digital now is a little bit different. So if we have 1920 by 1080 pixels in a square aspect ratio, we can sort of, within reason, reallocate those pixels to a different rectangle without too much loss in quality, right? Almost negligible, really. And that's another one of the freedoms afforded to us by the digital media that we didn't have in film, is a non-destructive, copyable content that doesn't really have the same generational quality loss that film had. Okay. So that's something to keep in mind as well. You know where that comes in handy is like every major feature film, let's say Skyfall, for instance, right? Roger Deakins shoots Skyfall, and he knows that the bulk of the audience, the first time they consume that product is going to be at the movie theater. So he's shooting for that best possible presentation value. But he also understands that some people aren't going to go to the theater, or some people are going to see it in the theater, but then they're going to buy a copy of it. And every other time they see it, it's going to be at home on their TV screen. So they will shoot the film for the best possible presentation value, and they'll use digital cameras when they do it, so that in post-production, they can then create different versions of the film based on the medium that the audience is going to use to watch the film. So there'll be a different version of the film for iPhone consumption, different version of the film for TV consumption, different version of the film for web consumption, and different version of the film for theatrical consumption. So they might be making 4 different versions of the movie ultimately in post-production for all those different ways the audience will watch. Okay, and none of those are going to have any generational quality loss because they're coming from digital original files. Okay. Talking about Grand Budapest using different aspect ratios. So here's some different examples. I didn't get the letterbox version. Oh, this is 185. That's why there is no letterbox. So the theater screen is going to show you the whole image when the scene was shot with a 185 aspect ratio. Sometimes we refer to this as DCI, digital cinema. Okay, or the product that we use to project is called a DCP, a digital cinema projection file, okay, which is the 185:1 aspect ratio. Corner to corner, all image, no letterboxing on the top or sides. And this can also be cleverly used as a compositional device. So in this scene, the 2 heroes are talking about how they're going to rescue Mr. Gustav. And so they're bringing a whole bunch of the Mendel's, I think they're chocolates or cookies or something, to the folks in the castle to divert their attention so they can rescue their friend. Here's the 185 aspect ratio applied to Mr. Gustav when he was thrown in prison for his hijinks in the movie. You can see how the length and the width of the frame are being used to accommodate the compositional choices by Wes Anderson, right? So he's got all of the surly looking prisoners on one side, the corrections officers on the other side, and in the middle, right? So in between all these surly, salty guys and all of these serious and stern correctional guys, we have Mr. Gustav, who's trying to play the go-between, right? So he's trying to finagle his relationship by being the liaison between the 2 parties within the prison power structure. So he's using Mr. Gustav as a compositional line of separation that is reflecting the symmetry of the total jail ecosystem, but the asymmetry of the concerned parties involved. And Mr. Gustav is right in the middle. Here's the 4:3 aspect ratio when you see it projected. So what they can do in the movie theater is they'll shutter the projector so that you only see the image area. You don't see any of the unused or letterboxed area of the negative or of the projection copy. So you'll see corner to corner image even in 4:3 at the movie theater. But the minute you're going to watch it on your TV monitor, 16:9, we got to apply the letterbox, right? So that the unused portion of the video image still needs to be represented on your screen. Otherwise, you'd get, digital noise over here instead of just black box, right? So this is what the 4:3 looks like on your conventional TV monitor nowadays. And the same thing goes with the 239 or the 23. Well, did they only shot film? So this would be 239 aspect ratio within the 185 projection aspect ratio. And again, this is what you would see on your TV screen minus about 5% along the one edge, because your TV screen is slightly smaller, 178:1, than the 185:1 from at the theater. But the theater could shutter down the projector and eliminate the top and bottom letterbox as well if they wanted to. This image is a little easier to see the letterbox. So he shot in widescreen. Academy aperture is what they used to call this 1.375:1 aspect ratio. Which is a little bit wider than 1.33. 1.33 happened when televisions were showing us the same aspect ratio, right? So television ends up being an important consideration no matter what generation we have been talking about here. In the early days of film, 1.375:1 was the aspect ratio, but when you looked at it on a 4:3 television, it became 1.33. A little bit of the edge information was lost by the technology, right? 185, the original, as of the 1940s, I guess, maybe a little earlier than that. 185 was adopted as the ANSI standard for motion picture projection, and that stays the standard to this day. And then the 239 or the 233 or the 235 are all the anamorphic presentation standards. Okay, so without talking about specs, camera specs or anything like that, just talking about the rectangle you're going to watch your movie on. What is it? How do we define it? And what are the roots of that? Where does that come from? Right? All right. So the sensor itself could be one of the factors that is governing your presentation frame. Okay. This is I think this looks like maybe it might be a pocket camera with a micro 4/3 image sensor inside. Okay. And you can see that image sensor, it kind of looks like a 4:3 aspect ratio, doesn't it? Let's see if we can, let me go forward here. Here's the same aspect ratio right here, this green rectangle, right? You see how it's very similar in dimensions to the sensor in terms of length versus width. So camera sensors also come in a variety of standards. So 1x1, okay. If you've ever used one of the Sony 4K handy cams that are out currently, that has a 1-inch sensor in it. What else has 1-inch sensors in it? Mostly the Handycam style video cameras have 1-inch sensors in them. 2 to 3, that would be something that might be in a professional video camera from the ENG generation, the prior NTSC generation prior to the HD revolution. 4:3 is the old television standard. That was the dimensions length by width of a CRT screen, okay, which was also reminiscent of the motion picture industry standard. 17:9 is the ratio you get in a motion picture frame You divide 17 by 9, you get 185 to 1, right? 16 by 9 is the television standard. 16 divided by 9 is 178 to 1. Okay. 21 by 9 is the screen dimensions represented by your anamorphic or your widescreen image capture, right? 21 by 9, if you divide 21 by 9, what do you get? You get something like, 21 divided by 9, 233 to 1 aspect ratio. Okay. So that's a direct digital equivalent, right? So 21 by 9 gives you 233 on your computer monitor or on your widescreen TV. I think there are widescreen TVs out now that have this extreme dimension, aren't there? Like LG screens or something. Interesting. So length times height is your aspect ratio. Okay. And just do the math to figure out what the relationship is. Okay. These are the primary ones, the ones that I'm showing you. Okay. And in digital, we can create a lot of different anamorphic results, anything from 240, 250, 275 to 1, all different possibilities. Sometimes the resolution will be affected by that if you go off of a standard, because those are really extreme skinny rectangles, right? So if the camera doesn't record it natively, you're going to have to extract that resolution and that rectangle from a larger image file. And when you do that, you also affect the quality. So to answer that previous question, if you go off standard in terms of anamorphic with a digital file, you could possibly lower your resolution. Okay, which is the argument everybody's using to justify these high resolution video cameras, right? 8K, for instance, in a red Monstro is not necessary to get a good quality image that you can project in a theater and look at and think that it looks totally fine. Okay, 4K is more amply qualified to give you a pristine theatrical experience. You do not need 8K quality. What they use 8K for is the repurposing of the presentation frame. Okay, whether it's to isolate motion, right, and clean up a really jittery frame, or whether it's to recompose an image in a different rectangle from what it was captured in, okay, or whether it's to create a close-up from a wide shot, right? All of those things are possible using an 8K resolution file, but none of them are necessary to get a good quality image on a screen. 2K is more than ample resolution to give you a theatrical print, theatrical release. And 2K is just a little bit, it's a tiny, tiny bit bigger than the resolution that's going on your TV from the broadcasters, 1920 by 1080, right? 2K is 2044 by 1080, I believe. So not very much difference there in resolution between HD and 2K. And 2K has been the standard for theatrical presentation since they adopted digital projectors in the cinema experience. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to skip Sharish's presentation here. He gets a little bit complicated. If you want to check it out, it's embedded in web courses. This is the Wolf Crow explanation of sensor size and the effect on cinematography. But it gets a little deep in the weeds in terms of detail. I just want you to think about the sensor in your camera as it relates now to your presentation rectangle or to the resolution or the way your lenses are going to work. So I want to start showing you now cameras and have you consider the sensor that's inside when you are thinking about how you want your motion picture to be manufactured. Okay. So this is a couple of Canon cameras, I think. This is like a 5D and a 7D. So this is the sensor inside a 7D. You can see it's a little bit smaller than the one inside Canon 5D. Okay, so something happened when we went from film to digital, right? First of all, the industry said, look, if you want to, and they're saying to the camera manufacturers, look, if you want to make the cameras digital now, you have to accommodate our workflow the way it is currently, right? So in other words, when we shoot film through a camera, the resulting image frame on the negative has a specific dimension. It's 24 by 36 millimeters. Okay, 24 high by 36 wide. And the still cameras, if you hold them in a natural ergonomic position, the film camera is a horizontal. Let's see if I can make sure there's no film in it. Okay, so there's a natural horizontal relationship to we call this the gate. This is the hole where the light comes through and strikes the film. The film is riding against these two runners here on top and bottom, and they're guiding the film across this is also called an aperture, okay? Or the gate, right? And the gate is creating the shape of the frame on the negative on the film itself, right? As it passes through and it gets exposed to light. All right, so if that was a typical photographic frame in the age of analog image capture, when we went to digital capture, these folks said, look, if you're going to make it a digital camera, that's fine, but we want the image to be the same size. And so Canon came up with the 5D, and the 5D image sensor, the sensor itself is the same size as the hole inside the still camera. Okay, it's the same size, right? So that was their first idea, was to say, look, okay, we'll make it the same size, but the reality is the size of the frame in the days of film was not related to the resolution of the film itself. That was determined by the actual film stock. But now the resolution can play into the shape and size of the image sensor. It can, although more breakthroughs have been made in the size of pixels that now allow us to get high resolution images off of very, very small sensors, which was the breakthrough necessary to give you decent cameras on your cell phone, because the size of the image sensor in your cell phone is very, very small. In fact, if I show you this size relationship here, you can see this one here, 1/3 or 1 by 3.2. That's the rough comparison of the size of the image sensor in your cell phone, as opposed to the size of the image sensor in, say, a Canon 5D, which is way up here. You see that difference in size? And yet, because of the breakthrough technology in what we call photo sites, which I'm going to talk to you about in a minute here, the pixels that are on the image sensor itself, the things that create the image, the digital image from light striking the sensor, the pixel sites or the photo sites were a certain size in the very beginning. And so you could get a certain number of those on an image sensor, right? If you wanted almost 2000 by 1000 in terms of aspect ratio, in terms of the pixel resolution, the photo sites had to get smaller, right? So that was the technological breakthrough that had to happen to allow your cell phone, for instance, to take a picture with as good a quality as your Canon 5D. And it's possible to do, under the right conditions. In the beginning, you remember the cell phone cameras were kind of crappy and the images weren't real sharp and they were real blocky and had a lot of artifacts. Okay. But now you can get an Android phone or the Apple iPhone, what is it up to now? 12 or 11, right? Has a super high resolution camera in it. So does is it the Samsung Galaxy cameras? Yeah, that have those amazing cameras in their phones. Shooting 8K. I got a buddy who's got a cell phone that shoots 8K video resolution. And that's all possible by playing with the size of the pixel sites themselves. The actual pixels are smaller. Okay. So that's why I'm saying that the film sensors now are making us think about the image and the image manufacturing the way the film stocks used to make us think in the age of analog. Okay. And so therefore, everything that we're doing in digital in terms of our breakthroughs and in terms of our ambitions for the medium of digital are based on our preferences from the film days. right? And pretty much all of it, probably for the first 10 years of this digital transition, it's going to be nothing more than replacing analog film processes with digital processes and improving the quality of the digital process to the point where we are on par with the quality of film or surpassing it. We've just started hitting the landmark where digital image acquisition is now actually more efficient than analog film acquisition. We're at that stage right now. So another few years of being here and everybody comfortable with digital workflow and understanding how to apply the technology to image creation, then you're going to start to really see, I think, a revolution in digital image making, where we're going to stop thinking about the prior restrictions and start creating images with an unfettered workflow that allows us to project movies on star-shaped screens, for instance, and create, digital compositions that exist outside of the old concerns for composition and relationships of frame and presentation and all of that. But we're in a transition period now, and it makes sense from a certain point of view. You want to ease into anything that's new and that's going to launch you into the future permutations that we never thought possible. We're going to ease our way into it and grow into it. Each generation that's born into the digital era will be more capable and more open-minded about how to apply this technology. But for now, all the choices that we're making are based on what we had before, but in an analog way. Now it has to do the same thing, but it has to be digital. The old cinematic frame was kind of like this. Okay, so 35 millimeter film stock was film that was 35 millimeters wide. Okay, or actually it was a little bit, I'm sorry, 35 millimeters high. Okay, and then the frame itself was here, the cinematic frame, you can see 18.66 millimeters high and 24.89 millimeters wide, okay, to fit an image square inside of the two perfs that run on either side of the film. The perfs were for the mechanism inside the camera to actually drag the film physically through the motion picture camera. So we needed the perforations for the capstan for film transport inside the camera. So the image had to fit on the film stock between the perforations. And then for a standard 35 millimeter frame, the height of the frame was 4 perfs, okay? So when you hear somebody referring to motion picture film, the standard was 4 perf 35 millimeter. Okay, so the film stock was 35 millimeters and the frame was 4 perfs high. Okay, when we shot anamorphic, we would change the aspect ratio of the film by changing the gate size. So we talked about the lens port on the still camera and the gate size being 24 by 36 millimeters. Well, in an anamorphic camera, it's a narrower rectangle, right? And it's only 3 perfs high. So you could draw a new line on this diagram about here-ish, and the resulting frame beneath here would be only 3 perfs high by the dimensions of the film stock, okay? And that would be your anamorphic format. And then if it needed to be wider than that standard rectangle, they would apply a squeeze optic to the front of the lens that would squish everything into a narrower vertical. And then when they projected that negative in the theater to get the wide rectangle, they would use another optic on the projector that would unsqueeze that image. So it would poof, fill out this big wide rectangle. And that was the anamorphic experience that was created for theaters to offer spectacle presentations to audiences that were getting spoiled by having a TV in their living room of their home and not really wanting to go out anymore and watch movies. They would stay home and watch movies. So the only way to entice folks of the 50s late 50s out of their homes and back into the theaters was to give them something they couldn't see at home in their living room, which would be Cinerama or Super Technovision or CinemaScope or any one of the branded names that they were giving to this wide rectangle format. Okay, so the anamorphic process was really a branding effort on the parts of on the Motion Picture Association. Okay, if we compare all the different aspect ratios of the current or the modern crop of digital cameras, you can see there's bunches of them, right? So here's 2/3 inch video. This would be a video camera used by FTV9 to go out and record the traffic accident on East Colonial, right? They'd run out with a camera that had 3 chips inside of it, each this size, and each chip would have a red, blue, or a green capture directive, right? Nowadays, we use what we call single chip cameras. So the same sensor is recording all 3 colors, red, blue, and green at the same time. But in the early days, the video cameras, each chip had its own color bias, red, blue, or green. So there'd be 3 of them inside the camera in a little triangle, okay? Here's the size of a 16 millimeter frame, and these are all relative sizes. So this proportion directly compares size-wise to a 35 millimeter film camera, okay? Or here's a motion picture film camera, and here's a still photographic film camera. Here's a 16 millimeter film camera. You can see the size of a 16 millimeter frame is maybe it's less than a quarter of the size of a 35 millimeter film camera frame, or a still camera frame is even bigger again, okay? So digital is offering us all these different size sensors, and it has a lot to do with, although not particularly, but a lot to do with the resolution. So here's HD down here. So that's 1920 by 1080. Here's your red Monstro 8K over here, and that sensor is about the same size as the photographic still camera from the film era. And then you can see the Arri Alexa 65, the large format Arri Alexa, 6.5K resolution, right? And a much, much bigger image capture device than this one, which is in the Ursa Mini, 4.6K, right? This size is referred to as Super 35, which is the size of a motion picture frame. And they call it Super 35 because it was the largest standard of the 35 millimeter acquisition format, 4perf 35. Okay, so you had 4perf, 3perf, and even 2perf at one point, but I don't think it really caught on. 3perf 35 is the way we would shoot an anamorphic feature film nowadays using the smaller film stock. If you wanted to shoot an anamorphic film on larger film stock to really get the advantage of the resolution, you do like Chris Nolan does with Wally Pfister or with Hoyte van Hoytema, and you would shoot IMAX cameras because they shoot a film stock that's even much larger. Yes, go ahead. Was that a question? I heard hello. Was that a question? Anyone? No? Yes? No? Okay. Yeah. So film stocks. Okay. So all these different sensor sizes, right? So here's your your original Blackmagic cinema camera that came out, 2.5K, little tiny chip inside that camera. Here's the one we use now. So I can show you the Ursa Mini chip, actually. I got one sitting here. So the Ursa Mini, the sensor size is going to be basically the size of a film frame. If you could look at the emulsion from the film camera itself, if you look inside the Ursa Mini, you can see the sensor in there. You see it? It's quite big. If you're going to compare it, for instance, this is called the lens port. This is where the lens or the lens flange, this is where the lens mounts onto the camera. You can see that rectangle. It's sort of light green bordering a dark green square, and that's the sensor surface area right there. If I show you the original Pocket Cinema camera, the HD version, I show you the sensor in there, if you use the port as a measuring gauge, you can see how small the sensor is in there versus how large the sensor is in here. Okay, and these two sensors are quite a bit different in size. So the pocket cinema camera is down here somewhere in the Super 16 range, and the Ursa Mini is up here in the Super 35 range in terms of the sensor size. They'll both shoot 1920 by 1080. They'll both do a beautiful job. The larger sensor is capable of much higher resolution though than standard HD. Okay, so this guy right here, the best you're going to do is standard HD on this sensor. The Ursa Mini 4.6K will give you something even more sharper than 4K resolution, 4.6K resolution to be exact, okay, out of this sensor. If you show, here's another way to compare the sizes of these sensors together. So your full frame, like from your Canon 5D, is here. And then your Micro Four Thirds is, for instance, your Panasonic GH5. So the GH5 sensor is a little bit bigger than the one inside the pocket cinema camera. And this one's capable of 4K resolution as well, because the photo sites, although not as large as the photo sites in the Ursa Mini, for instance, are substantial enough in number to give you 4K resolution out of the GH5. Okay, so you can do that. The Canon 7D has an APS-C size sensor, which is this orange frame right here. You guys have Canon 60Ds, which is this guy here. And you can see, well, the mirror is in here, but it's the same size as the sensor. The sensor is, I don't know if I can't really flip that mirror up and show you the sensor. Yeah, it's on a motor, which we don't want to tamper with. But it's basically in size comparison about this big as opposed to the Canon 5D. Now, oddly enough, the Canon 5D has this large sensor in it, comparatively speaking, but its maximum resolution up until last year was only 1920 by 1080. Now, I think they're giving the camera 4K resolution capability. So all they did is reallocate the pixels on the surface of the sensor to create 4K resolution in the same size sensor that they were working with before. Okay. These slides here hopefully give you a little bit better comparison side by side of the sizes of the sensors, right? So here's your 5D from Canon. Here's your Sony A series cameras, A7 III, A7S III, A7R, R3. Full frame, 24 by 36 millimeters, right? Here's your Super 35. You see how the Canon is a little bit narrower rectangle than the Blackmagic? It just means that the Blackmagic is going to have some parts of the sensor data that aren't being utilized in the resulting picture file. Okay, but they both record a Super 35 image. And here's the other thing. With the film standard, we could all agree that the size of the frame was going to be this, right? 24.89 by 18.66. But if you notice, all these different size sensor sizes and all have similar resolutions, but their dimensions are actually physically different, right? Because there hasn't been a standard applied to the size of a sensor at this point. The standard is only in the size of the photosites themselves, which we don't really talk about, and it doesn't come into our conversation really very often, the size of the photosites. Nobody's really thinking about it to that granular of a degree, right? So the only real comparison we can make is the size of the sensor versus the resolution versus, in some cases, a larger sensor has a little bit better ability to record images in low light because the photosites are bigger or there's more of them. Depends on what way the manufacturer has gone with their product, right? If it's only shooting HD, the Canon 5D Mark 1, 2, and 3 are known as very good sensors if you're going to shoot in low light, because even though they're shooting HD, the photosites are big and therefore they gather light very efficiently. And they can work in low light better than a lot of cameras because of that fact. The A7 series cameras took that even one step further, and their photo sites are even bigger. The maximum resolution of this chip is lower. In other words, the resulting image files are only 12 megabits out of the A7S3, and they're about 22 megabits out of the Canon 5D. But the Canon A7S or the Sony A7S2 and A7S3 have earned the nickname low light monsters because the photo sites are very efficiently matched to the size of the sensor and performs very well in very, very low light. Smaller sensors are a little bit more challenged in low light. So if you have a camera with a smaller sensor, it may be a situation where you don't want to be running around shooting outside at night in the woods without any supplemental lighting, because your images will at best be grainy and noisy, and the resolution will be very poor, right? But the minute you add light to the situation, you're okay. So that's why we have lights even for night exterior shots on motion picture films, to eliminate all of the artifacts and low quality resulting images of shooting without supplementary lighting.
It requires a lot of ISO without supplemental lighting.
Yes, but as I will describe to you in another class, maybe next week, there are trade-offs with going with high ISO cameras, which means, you know, the higher the ISO, the more sensitive the camera is, but the sensitivity comes at a cost, which is what we call digital noise, or in the film days, we would call it a graininess, right? The image quality is poor at high ISOs because less actual light is hitting the sensor. Therefore, there's less photometric processing happening at the sensor level. And then the processor has to sort of guess what kind of detail would have been there if there were enough light to process into an exposure. But since there's not, the processor has to put something in there. 9 times out of 10, it's the wrong thing, and you end up with what we call the noise, which is all of that sort of gritty, grainy appearance to the image. Okay.
Yeah, it's gross looking.
It can be gross looking. Actually, one of the focuses of the camera manufacturers in the digital era has been the creation of a better looking noise, if you can believe it or not, so that there's going to be times when the processor has no data to process. And so it's got to put something in there. But rather than it being a random decision, the manufacturers are now teaching, if you will, the processors in the chip itself to think about the absence of data in ways that would reflect what low light would look like in that image based on the pixels that are created. And so that whole matrix is now creating what we call more organic looking noise, which has a more aesthetically pleasing look to it than some of the raw, gritty digital noise that was created in the early days of the image sensor. So particularly Sony, the grainy result of high ISO image capture with a Sony video camera, for instance, I think is pretty good. I think the noise coming out of, for instance, the Sony FS5 reminds me a lot of film grain. And so if there was a point in time when I was shooting with a Sony FS5, and so if I shot at high ISO, say downtown Orlando at night with just street lights, I would set the camera to a high ISO, like 3200, and the images would have a gritty, grainy look to them, but it reminded me of the way film grain looked. So I didn't mind that so much. Whereas the early Blackmagic cameras, if you did that to the early Blackmagic cameras, the artifacts that resulted from that abuse of the sensor, if we can call it that, was not aesthetically very pleasing. And so Blackmagic worked very hard to fix that aspect of their camera sensors as well, which is to make them a little bit better in low light, and to make the noise look a little bit more natural as a result. And now they've added some stuff, for instance, even to the cameras you guys are going to work with in cinematography too, the Ursa Mini 4.6K. Blackmagic has added a feature to the cameras, to the software, that now teaches the camera how to represent black, or the absence of light and the absence of image detail, into its analog calculation, so that this camera becomes a well-adjusted device to use in low light, just like a Sony video camera would, but maybe even a little bit more organic looking as a result. So exciting stuff happening at Blackmagic as well, in terms of how the cameras can exist and capture in low light. Okay, so the takeaway from these two frames was simply a visual comparison of the sizes. Here's your cell phone. Here's your Pocket HD Blackmagic. Here's your 7D APS-C. Here's your Pocket Cinema Camera 4K. Now, we thought you were getting the 4Ks, and it turns out you guys are getting the 6K camera. So the 6K camera has a sensor that's the same size as the Ursa Mini. So you'll have Pocket Cinema 6K cameras with Super 35 instead of Micro Four Thirds. Panasonic GH5 Micro Four Thirds. Yes.
Yeah, just a quick question to go with the whole shooting in low light and the types of sensors and sizes and such. Would that be the reason that Collateral has the look it does, because it's set entirely at night, or because it does seem to have that sort of like digital film grain you were referring to in I remember watching it and I'm thinking, I didn't know what was off when I watched it. I knew something was off, and then just thinking back to it, I'm like, oh, it must have been because they probably didn't have as much light back. They didn't have what they need to actually light the scene fully, so it was just like the camera trying to keep up, possibly.
A lot of that's a loaded question. Collateral is a classic situation. So Michael Mann shot Collateral. Well, he directed Collateral. His initial DP was Paul Cameron. Paul Cameron did all the digital research for the movie and started shooting the movie. And then he turned the reins over to Dion Beebe, and Dion Beebe finished shooting Collateral. The considerations with Collateral were back in that day, which I think was what, like 2004 maybe. The idea was, and now I think it was earlier than that. I think it was maybe 2002. Michael Mann wanted to capture the grittiness of LA at night as a compositional choice. And so he had a decision. Do I shoot film or do I shoot digital? The digital sensors were performing very well in terms of low light sensitivity, but the digital noise was a trade-off that looked a lot like film grain. And so Michael Mann was embracing the shortcomings of the digital medium by using those cameras in night exteriors. And the benefits that he gained were they didn't have to use a lot of supplementary lighting for night exteriors on the feature film. Once you guys get out into the world and you start working on major motion pictures, you're going to see the scope of equipment and manpower that is thrown at the problem of making a movie. And you'll understand why. You'll start to really understand why the movie budgets are as high as they are. So anywhere that the filmmakers can cut corners and shave dollars off the budget, they're going to try it. And that was part of the primary motivation for Collateral, was we can shoot all these night exteriors without a lot of supplementary lighting. We can have less lighting, which means smaller crews. And the trade-off will play right into our hands, because the trade-off will be grittier, messier, if you will, looking images, which are going to play right into the tone of the film, which is Tom Cruise is playing the role of a hitman who's messy. He goes in and he kills a lot of people, and he does it with impunity, and he's doing it seemingly at random. If you're looking at it from the point of view of the taxi driver, right? And so the tone of that movie was gritty, chaotic, seedy LA nighttime underbelly. And so he didn't want the images to be pretty to begin with. And he used the the Grass Valley Thompson Viper, first generation digital cinema camera, and the Sony digitized F900 digital video camera, and film cameras to shoot collateral. And depending on what situation they were shooting in, dictated the camera they were using. So I think if they were outside, it was F900 digital. If they were inside, it might be Viper digital, or it might be film, depending on, if they were on stage, on sets where they had total control of the lighting and the environment, they would shoot film. And then on location interiors, Viper, and location exteriors, 900. And then, mix and match to taste based on the performance. They're watching the dailies every other day, and they're looking at the quality of the images they're producing, and they're making choices and decisions about how to allocate which camera system at what point in time that they're shooting images, right? So a lot of different experimentation was going on. This was Michael Mann's way of embracing the digital technology and helping to usher that into the modern film era, because everybody was kind of like, they didn't want to be the first person to embrace digital. Everybody was scared. They were afraid they were going to lose quality, and they were lose control of the process and lose control of the quality of the image by embracing digital too early. So the industry was hesitant to use digital technology. And Michael Mann said, nope, I think in this case, it's exactly what I want. And so he did that on Collateral, and he did it again on Miami Vice.
Yeah, the quality drops, and Mann just looks at the daily, and he's just like, more, do it again. Oh, the quality's not great. Good.
The cameras got better. So I don't think, so Matheson was the DP on Miami Vice. And I think it was all digital at that point, because it was a couple of years later. In fact, yeah, I came out to LA in 2003 on the heels of Vice was gearing up. And I was like, do I want to work on Vice in Miami, or do I want to follow through with my plan to move? And so I moved to LA. Vice went to Miami and shot, and Matheson came into town, and I'm pretty sure the whole thing was digital. I'm pretty sure it was, well, I don't know if they had the Alexas that early or not. Might have been at that time digitally. They had Vipers, they had Dulce Origins, and they had the original Arri D1 and D2 digital systems. So it would have been one of those solutions, I think, for Miami Vice at that time. The beginnings of the technology were leaps and bounds ahead of that even now. I'm thinking that, the images coming out of the Ursa Mini 4.6K are every bit as good as what was coming out of the Viper, probably better, actually. I remember doing Coors commercials out in LA with Thompson Grass Valley Viper. And I was, looking at the images in the tent with Curtis Clark, the DP, and they looked amazing. But the Viper was a big, clumsy camera. The camera was not also the recording device. So there was a separate large recorder that needed its own cart and set of wheels to move around. And the camera was constantly tethered to the recorder by this huge cable that was at times 200 feet long, and it was just, that process of dealing with that technology it felt restrictive after having the freedom of running around with film cameras for, the first 25 years of my career. So, the Viper was a little bit of an adjustment, but when you looked at the images at Video Village, which was inside of a tent, so we were outside, so we could really see the quality of the image on the monitor. The images were spectacular. So, it was all trial and error in the early 2000s, taking these cameras and hoping that the director had a sense of adventure and would want to try the technology and apply it and see if it was any good, and if we liked it, and how it worked, and how to use these tools effectively, right? We had to learn on the fly. So this whole process can feel a little bit overwhelming. And I suppose if you're dipping your toe in for the first time, it probably does feel like a lot to take in. Just breathe, right? Just relax and just pick a camera, right? And shoot with it and first apply your basic cinematic knowledge and technique to your problem of making a film, and then compare the results of that camera. Next time you do a film, try a different camera. This is what your film school experience is going to be all about here at UCF now. What we've done is we've taken a small variety of cameras and giving you a bit of a selection. And then we're saying, shoot your projects, you know, and take advantage of the learning curve while you're here. Shoot something on the 5D, because we have a couple of those here at UCF. Shoot some stuff on the Ursa Mini 4.6K. Shoot some stuff on the Pocket Cinema 6K, the Pocket Cinema HD. Shoot some stuff on, we've got the FZ1000s, which is actually a pretty good little camera. This is the one that you guys can rent right now for this class. The FZ1000 is like having a GH4 or a GH5 with a built-in lens, right? So you can just check it out and all in one piece, right? Shoot some stuff on this. Compare your results. Start developing some preferences, right? I like this camera under certain situations. Look, this is all I got to take with me if I'm going to go into a crowded exterior night Orlando live event, let's say. Do I want to have a big Ursa Mini with me with all the attachments? No, I don't. But this will take a really good image in those situations, and this is all I got to deal with. So sometimes your choices for a camera will be very practical like that. And then other times your choice of a camera will have to do with the actual specs. Okay, but until you're comfortable thinking about specs, just take a camera off the shelf and try it. You know, go shoot something with it and see if you like it, right? So we got 5Ds, 7Ds, we have 60Ds, we have Pocket HD, Blackmagic, Pocket 6K Blackmagic, Blackmagic Cinema 4.6K, Sony F3, Blackmagic 2.5, the original Blackmagic Cinema camera. We've got one of those, one Sony F3. There's a handful of Panasonic HVX 200s, which are traditional video cameras, the small sensor, 1/3 inch times 3 in that 3 CCD camera. Shoot with all of them and see what you like. Each of these camera systems and brands will be slightly different for a variety of reasons. Okay, so the sensor is basically, it's a plate with a bunch of photosensitive circuits on it called pixels, okay? The number of pixels is gonna vary by chip size and by manufacturer, but there are a couple of standards in terms of resolution. There's 1920 by 1080 is the pixel resolution of HD. Ultra HD, which is TV HD, TV 4K, I'm sorry, is 3840 by 2160 pixel count. 4K theater is 4096 by 2160, so it's slightly bigger. All right, so the 4K we use for television consumption is called Ultra HD, and the 4K we use for theatrical consumption is called DCI 4K, okay, digital cinema interface, I think. Okay, DCI 4K, which is slightly bigger. Okay, so oddly enough, the aspect ratio of Ultra HD will be 16 by 9 or 178:1, and DCI will be 17 by 9 or 185:1, okay, to accommodate the screen sizes. So the theatrical screen is slightly wider than the television broadcast screen, okay? But they're both considered 4K in terms of the resolution because they're more or less hovering around 4,000 pixels wide, okay, more or less. The digital capture device is called a CCD or a CMOS. So it's charged coupled devices, CCD. CMOS is this $10 word that I don't even remember how to pronounce. So, but the CMOS single chip acquisition is what our cameras are doing for us now. So that just means there's one sensor inside the camera instead of 3. There's no beam splitter inside. There's just one relationship, one-to-one light coming in onto one single sensor. Okay, which turned out to be the ideal way of doing it. The original video cameras used 3 chips so they could separate red, blue, and green channels. And that becomes very inefficient when you're trying to make small devices like the Blackmagic Pocket camera. And the technology got so good that we didn't need all that sensor space anymore just to separate the colors. So we developed something called a bare pixel pattern, which I'm going to show you in a second, which incorporates pixels of red, blue, and green in each photo site. Okay. So I just told you what pixels are. It's a picture element. Pixel is a portmanteau for picture element. Okay. It's the basic unit of programmable color and resolution on a computer display. Okay. The physical size of a pixel depends on the sensor in your camera or the screen you're watching your content on. Okay. Your computer screen, for instance. Each pixel typically consists of 8 bits. We're talking about a broadcast standard now. Television standard is 8 bits, and that is also 1 byte. So for Blackmagic or for a black and white image, you have 8 bits. For the maximum color resolution of a color video image is 24 bits, but that's kind of rare. What we have right now is an 8-bit standard for television broadcast, 10 and 12-bit standards for cinema projection, cinema presentation. Okay. But an 8-bit system is representative of 256 possible color tones derived from mixing red, blue, and green. Okay. So a 10-bit system gives you something like almost 1,100 color combinations. And then a 12-bit color depth and resolution sensor gives you something crazy like 1 million combinations of possible color tones. You're not going to get a television set that's going to show you that kind of color differentiation at this point, though. 8-bit or 256 color tone levels is basically a standard television screen in this day and age. So a lot of cameras will have 8-bit standards in terms of the specs of their chip. It's because they're conforming to the standards required by the TV. A digital cinema camera, though, has a different set of color rendering expectations for larger presentation screens in DCI format. So cinema cameras typically record in 10 or 12-bit color resolution, as opposed to video cameras, which are designed for TV consumption or web consumption only. Okay. The pixel is the smallest addressable full color RGB element in a digital imaging device. Okay, there's your takeaway right here. The smallest addressable full color element in a digital imaging device. Okay. Here's that Bayer sensor pattern I was telling you about. See how it's red, blue, and green, right? And within each square, we have a representation of two blue, 2 red, and then 4 green, right? So there's always 2 green for every 1 blue and 1 red pixel. There's 2 green ones, okay? And that has to do with the way our eyes work. So again, everything that was once analog is being applied to the digital technology. So that includes the way our sensors think about color and how our sensors create images using red, blue, and green color saturation to create the full spectrum of visible color that we can enjoy, right? So red, blue, and green, there's always two green for every 1 red and 1 blue pixel, okay? But the combination of all of those gives you an aggregate color, which is represented here by the center square, okay? So each photo site has 8 pixels, right? So that's going to be what? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? 2 blue, 2 red, 4 green, and then 1 aggregate decision by the processor of what that color actually is, right? And then these photo sites are arranged on your sensor in a checkerboard pattern. And if you magnify your sensor, this is the relationship, right? It's trying to show you each time details of scale from the microscopic to a full-size image sensor in a Canon 5D, for instance, right? This is what's happening at the microscopic level. So a photosite is comprised of these little domes right here, they call them. These are lenses actually that take light that's coming through your cinema lens, right? So the light's coming through and striking the sensor on the backside. It's being projected through the lens. And when it hits the sensor is determining the image and the color of the image, right? Each red, blue, and green sensitive site has a lens in front of it to keep that light concentrated on the actual photosensitive circuit, which is shown here in yellow, right? It's the silicone photodiode right here, okay? With a red bias, a green bias, and a blue bias. Okay, these little micro lenses are going over the top of each one of those, and that's kind of the size of the lenses that are helping keep the light concentrated on the diode. We're determining the resolution of the sensors for the longest time until we figured out how to get these actual physical devices smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, the outcome was more resolution, right? Because the smaller these sites are, the more resolution we can accommodate. So like the current Sony A7S II, let's say, that came out, had 12 megapixel files coming out of that processor. Because the photosites were fairly large, and they were large because they wanted to make a camera that could see really well in low light. A high number of photosites was going to lower the sensitivity of the camera, meaning it would need more light in order to process an image, because there were millions of little tiny photosites, right? More so than there were in the Sony camera, say in the new I don't know, Canon C500, let's say, or the Airy Alexa, right? So where you might get maybe a 22 or a 40 megapixel file out of something like an Alexa large format, you're only getting a 12 megapixel file out of a Sony A7S II. Okay, so the difference was higher resolution and better color sampling because you have more color sites, right? If you have a coarse texture of sensitive pixels on your sensor itself, if the photosites are big, you're going to get only so many red, blue, and green photosites, right? But if the photosites are really small, you can double, triple, quadruple the number of actual photosites, which means more red, more blue, more green being recorded, right? Which gives you more, by volume, more color rendering capability, right? So this was a really important thing that happened with digital sensors, is the lenses got smaller. And when they did, the resolution shot up and the color sampling shot up to the point. And then by virtue of that, we got cameras that showed us a broader range of tonality, so that we had very narrow tonality in the early video cameras. And now we have very broad, very sort of subtle, smooth transition between tones in a video camera now, which give us better detail, better color blending, right? Did you ever see a video, maybe on your computer, an exterior shot of something, day exterior, clear blue sky, maybe a house and a fence and a car, right? And then in the sky, you see the sky, but you see these weird sort of jaggy lines running through the sky between different tones of blue, from light to darker blue. And you'll see these artifacts, these sort of blocky looking patches in the sky itself. That's the computer's inability to differentiate between the subtle change or the subtle grade from dark blue sky near the horizon to lighter blue sky, or I think it's the reverse, light blue sky at the horizon and dark blue sky at the zenith when you look straight up, right? That subtle grade is finer resolution than the 8-bit basic video system can handle. So you'll get an image that has what we call blocking or banding in pure tones, like a blue sky, because the processor doesn't have enough pixel resolution to handle the differences in the color blue. And it can be a problem if you're looking for high quality images, right? So this was a really important breakthrough in terms of digital sensor creation. It's all about how many colors do you have to work with. The more colors you have, the better combinations and permutations you can create. And if you have enough of them, you can start seeing variations in tone, and ultimately, you know, your images will start to take shape in your processor as a result of the number of values your sensor can create. Okay. This is a neat little illustration from this guy, Christian Fauer. He's an artist, digital artist. This is his website. And he does these really neat pictures using crayons and colored pencils. But it's really, from an illustration standpoint, a really good way to think about this whole process. You know, here's really basic video with 8 colors, 6 colors to choose from, 8 colors. Then here's, you know, a little bit better video. Here's early digital cinema. Here's modern digital cinema in terms of how many colors and shades and tonal values we can create with these cameras. Okay.
Oh, really quick too, I have a question about that.
Yeah.
Analog film, has that always shown the full tonality of what we're taking in, or has it also been obscured through projection and whatnot as well?
Projection implies the quality of the lenses, but not necessarily the color rendering qualities of the film itself. Now, coatings on lenses can have an effect on color rendering with film stocks. Also, the color balance that the film stock was created to reflect. So you have film that was made to create accurate color in daylight, or film that was designed to create accurate color under artificial light. So you had to decide which film you were going to shoot in the days of analog. If you were outside, you picked the daylight balanced film stock. If you were going to shoot on stage at Sony, you were going to use all the artificial movie lights. They were all balanced for 3,200 degrees Kelvin, which I'll talk about later. So you used the film stock matched to your lighting that you were using inside. And then if you went outside with the same roll of film, you would have to apply filtration to the camera in order to restore the neutral balance of the image color that you were rendering. With a digital camera, we just tell the sensor, we're inside, shoot with 3,200 Kelvin color bias. We're outside now, change to 5,600 color bias. And the processor will accommodate that change and reapply the way it calculates color rendering from the data it's receiving on the chip. So that's huge, right? We could never change color sensitivity before on a roll of film to the extent we can with digital. Now, if we started shooting on stage in the morning with the tungsten balanced film and we decided we wanted to go shoot outside and we still had a bunch of film in the camera that needed to be shot, we would just put an orange filter in front of the lens called an 85 filter, which is like this, right? That color. And the tungsten balanced film would perform fine outside under the bluer daylight by adding an orange filter to the camera. But it wasn't perfect and it wasn't exact. So you'd have to finish adjusting the color quality in post-production with a colorist, right? Well, we still use colorists now, but now it's really more for aesthetic reasons than it is for adaptive, valuative reasons, because the camera can handle a lot of that processing within itself now because of the extent of the technology. So that's another value that was added to the digital process that we didn't have in the film days. So we're getting more options now, more control over these devices and more variation and capability through digital. The tonal range of film, according to Kodak, as published in the early 2000s, they said that the dynamic range of film, Kodak motion picture film stock, was a maximum of about, I think they said 14 or 15 stops of latitude, meaning the difference between your darkest dark values and your brightest white values, there was like 15 levels in between the two extremes, right? 15 shades of gray, let's say. Digital cameras now are achieving 15 stops of resolution of dynamic range. So we are right now at the point where the digital cinema cameras are producing images with the same level of quality and acquisition that we had with the best films in the days of analog. Does that answer your question?
Definitely. I'm trying to catch up. I'm writing everything down, but it definitely does. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so if you think of an image, not necessarily, so color aside, okay, because the color of this blue, right? The color of my skin is another consideration. The color of my coffee cup, is another consideration. The accuracy of this color is based on the extent to which your sensor has been finely tuned. How much resolution, how much color sampling capability does it have? The sharpness, resolution, and the color tonality is also linked to resolution because it has to do with the number of photo sites and the reds and blues and greens that are being recorded. So higher resolution sensors give you more color combinations, and therefore, if you then take the color information out of a file, strip it away, and only think about it as degrees of shades of gray, for instance, with a neutral gray in the middle, and then values degrading to black at one side of the spectrum, and overmodulating to white on the other end of that tonal spectrum, and look at all the different variations in between: black, less than black, light black, really light black, dark gray, medium gray, neutral gray, light gray, really light gray, dingy white, dirty white, off white, white, and then blown away, right? That might represent a tonal scale to you, or a tonal range. And that has to do with, again, it's linked to the resolution of your sensor, and it's part of the consideration that your processor is making when it takes that data off the sensor and starts thinking about how to combine all that information into an image, right? How accurate are the colors going to be? How sharp is the focus going to be? And how many shades of gray value can we achieve with the sensor, right? That's getting better and better and better. In the last 3 years, we have reached a par with digital acquisition to where it is as good as film. And now the stuff that's coming out, for instance, this year, is arguably more capable than film was in the days of analog. Okay. Some people are willing to make that concession now and say digital is now better. And some people are starting to say digital is now equal. Okay. But it's better than saying no way to digital, has to be film, right? Which is, there were holdouts that were saying no way to digital acquisition as late as 2012, 13, really. I think we had a digital cinema symposium in Los Angeles. It happened in 2009, 2011, and 2013, I believe. It was hosted by Sony and I think Warner Brothers, and all of the, about 100, what was it? 50, maybe 50 producers got together, and they sort of formed a coalition that was going to test the quality and the efficacy of digital cameras in the modern age of film at its apex, at its peak, right? And so they took several film crews, couple of dozen crews, I think. They gave them each a camera and told them to go out and record these sort of thing. They set up little sets, and the crews would rotate from set to set to set, and they would shoot stuff with the camera they were allocated, and then compare all that information and all that data together and determine whether or not the digital cameras were performing as well as the film cameras. And so that was happening around 2011. And there were guys that were still holding out. Like, I don't think Roger Deakins shot digital until like 2012. Quentin Tarantino still doesn't want to really shoot digital if he has his choice. Christopher Nolan, Wally Pfister, they don't want to shoot digital unless they absolutely have to, right? So, Hoyt van Hoytema, and he's now with Nolan. So they're still shooting IMAX on film because They're convinced that that is a much better way to go cinematically, quality wise, and in preservation of the theatrical experience as a whole, which is what Martin Scorsese's been talking a lot about lately, the death of cinema. Do we even think about movies in the same way anymore, their creation and their presentation, the way we used to? In other words, is it important for you to see a movie for the first time in a theater anymore? Or are you totally comfortable watching it for the first time at home with your own TV monitor, right? That marks a distinct evolution in the cinema of human experience, because once upon a time, the only way to see a movie was to go to the theater. And that became the thing that we did. And our experiences, our memories, our standards rose and fell in the quality of that experience, right? And now we can watch a movie for the first time on our phone. In the age of COVID, when people were told you got to stay home or you've got to socially distance or whatever, that meant that, you know, you couldn't pack a theater with 300 souls anymore because people would get sick and die. So, you know, what were you going to do? So the studios started releasing first time content on the internet, so you could watch it on your phone for the first time. Think about the implications of certain kinds of movies that you see on your phone for the first time, or you see on a 60-foot screen in a theater for the first time with 200 other people sitting around you, laughing when you laugh, sighing when you sigh, gasping when you gasp, and waiting with bated breath on every action moment in the film, right? Different experience, different takeaway.
Yeah, well, speaking on the idea of the cinema experience, does that necessarily mean that maybe, I mean, not to say that like any particular film is better or worse in cinema versus, you know, seeing it for the first time or seeing it at home, but that just kind of rings to me as like, if you're seeing it in a setting with other people, you do have the bystander effect of like, some guy laughs at the joke, so you feel obligated, you know, same thing in like a comedy club. So it's like, okay, you feel the social need to fit in, which maybe enhances the experience, which you wouldn't normally have. So maybe a better metric to measure the quality of the narrative that's being presented would be to transition into home viewings, because then you don't get the filmmaker doesn't have the benefit of other people supporting the work, or like the other moviegoers helping to enhance the experience. So they would then have to actually really think about, do I need this scene? Do I need this joke? Do I need this? Is this actually helping the film? Is it hurting? How does someone in a one-on-one viewing view it versus someone in a theater setting? Because theater, I mean, as Scorsese was saying, oh, it's dying, whatever. It's not really dying, it's evolving, but evolving into what is the really question I think cinematographers especially need to ask themselves is, how do I present a film without giant screen, big, perfect room audio and all that together?
Okay. So, you know, I'm not going to say that you're wrong in your assertions, because what you're talking about in some cases is audience feedback and whether or not your story is connecting with your audience. And you can devise your own metric by simply thinking about it in these terms. Have you seen Mad Max Fury Road?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen Gravity?
Gravity, no.
Okay.
I haven't had a proper sit through that.
Can we, is it safe to say that everybody in the group right now has either seen Gravity or Mad Max Fury Road or both?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now think about this. If you were going to see either of those movies for the first time, do you think your impressions of the movie would be greater having seen it on the phone for the first time or on a 60-foot theater screen for the first time?
I'll take the theater for sure.
I'll take the theater.
I'll
Hundred
do the
percent
theater,
theater. 100%.
And I'd also like to add Avatar to this list.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. Yeah. The
watching Avatar in the theater and then watching it at home is two completely different experiences.
Absolutely.
And
Avatar is in a league of its own. I mean, you can't.
I would
put
say
it
that
genre
if you
with
watch Avatar at home, it's not even anywhere near as good as if you watch it in the
I
theater.
would have to disagree. If you have an appropriate sized, television, if you have the right resolution on the correct display at your home, yeah, it can still look
At
good.
my
It'll
old
still act
house,
right.
Okay.
at my old house with my father, he had a movie theater, and I
Mm.
still liked it better in the actual IMAX theater.
I agree
That's
with
just
you,
my
Corey.
that's just my personal opinion, though.
I absolutely agree, because any of those films, whether we're talking about Avatar or Gravity or Mad Max, those films were shot, they were composed for the theatrical experience. Okay. Inception, same thing, right? Those movies were crafted compositionally, musically, choreography, for a huge screen. Audience aside, whether you're watching it by yourself on a huge screen or with 200 other people on a huge screen, it was about the presentation value on a one-to-one with the audience. As a person, are you affected by 60 feet of, Sandra Bullock spinning wildly out of control on the Canadian arm of the space station? Or, are you affected by, the blue beings on Avatar swinging through the trees in 3D, for God's sake? Or, Tom, what's his name? Tom, actor in Mad Max, right? Struggling and fighting with
Tom
the guy,
Hardy.
Tom Hardy, thank you. Struggling and fighting with the guys on the vehicles bombing through the desert, right? I mean, this is the spectacle aspect I'm talking about. And so if you're constructing your movie for the big screen, it's going to have an impact that is going to be best on that screen and not served well by the phone. Except you can enjoy the movie on this after having done the other thing, because you've got that initial impression from the big screen and then the reminiscent impression from the smaller screen, and you can approach the problem that way. Or you can shoot a film that is specifically made to be seen on this, and then it may or may not have the same effect when you watch it on a theater screen. You may not ever get the benefit of seeing it on a theater screen if it's been manufactured for this. YouTube is manufactured for this. You get images on YouTube channels, and their expectation is no better than a computer screen. You're never going to see, well, never say never, but practically speaking, you're probably never going to see a YouTube video projected on a 60-foot cinema screen, because it's probably going to fall apart in the larger presentation format, either resolution wise, color wise, something compositionally. It's not going to work, maybe, unless you really think about it and you really craft it in a way that totally wrings absolutely every ounce of quality and capability out of this, with the understanding that the file from this tool is going to be applied to a different kind of presentation. And then maybe you'll get it to work. And I mentioned a cell phone video that I had seen that I wanted to talk to you guys about, and it's called Snow Steam Iron. Okay, and it is by our friend who likes to do the superhero movies. So I think I put Snow Steam Iron over here. Let me do it this way. I'm going to bring it up on YouTube. Show it to you there. Snow Steam Iron. Snow Steam Iron by Zack Snyder. Let me show you a few minutes of that and see what you think. There we go. All right, I'm going to stop it there so I don't spoil it for you. And I want to add something to your consideration of what I just showed you. First of all, we're on Zoom, right? So there's a quality compromise being showing you a video through a compression matrix through an application on the internet. If you watch that movie on your computer, you'll see better quality. And I encourage you, if you have like a Fire Stick or if you have a cable or something, you can connect your computer to your TV at home. Watch that on your television, the biggest one you have, right? And see the amazing quality coming out of that film on your TV screen, and understand that that movie was shot with an iPhone 8. Okay. So what did he do? Here's an experienced motion picture director, right? Who's shot big Marvel movies and stuff like that. Wants to do a little vanity piece, a little private personal project. Takes a cinematic workflow, keeps the same size crew, the same kind of lighting and grip equipment, the same kind of sets, the same kind of production design, wardrobe, makeup, props. All he does is change out the capture device from, say, an Arri Alexa or a film camera to a cell phone. He even adapted the cinema lenses, if you can believe it, to fit on the cell phone. So he's got something like this going on, you know, with a cell phone, right? Odd, weird, clumsy workflow, but possible, in order to do a little thought experiment. Is this device, as a sensor, as a capture device, is it sophisticated enough to sort of insert it into the workflow if nothing else changes? And that was what that whole Sony Warner Brothers digital sort of project was as well. Can we take the same crews, the same sets, the same locations, the same lenses, the same lights, the same grip gear, and just change out the camera body from a film body to a digital body? Can we do that? And do we suffer any quality loss? Do we suffer any problems with workflow? Does it complicate what we're doing, or is it seamless, right? So these are interesting thought experiments that the digital media is now presenting for us, and we can test the the limits of the equipment and the technology by doing little things like what Zach did. I saw that film and it blew my mind. I totally was like, wow, now I have to really think about what this means and sort of deconstruct it in my own head and wrap my head around what it's showing me, right? And what it's showing me is the advancement of the digital quality and the fact that, you keep the workflow that's most comfortable for you. So if it's working alone, you can do it like that. If it's working with a big crew, you can do it like that. And you don't have to worry that you have to shoot film to get the best possible quality. You can embrace digital and then apply whatever camera you choose, apply the limitations of that camera to your situation. And if you match the situation with the camera, with the workflow, you can get amazing things out of even a cell phone. And I think that's really
sorry, Professor.
Yeah.
So for that, he shot that with the iPhone 8. It would have like, professional cinematography lenses on it. Is the majority of the work being done by the camera on the iPhone, or the sensors that come with the lenses?
It's my understanding that he shot the whole thing with the iPhones.
But is it the sensor from the iPhone camera or the sensor from the lenses, as you're saying?
I think it was an iPhone 8, not a 10, not an 11, but like a 7 or 8. And the lenses will have something to do with it, sure. But understand this, if you shot it with a cell phone, there's a lens in the cell phone that doesn't come out. So anything you do is going to incorporate the quality inherent in this internal lens, and it's only going to apply external factors to it. So there would have been an adapter that mounted to the cell phone, and then a way to mount the cinema lens over the onboard lens and add to whatever the onboard lens is doing. So it speaks to the quality of the onboard lens that you can do that. The cinema lenses will enhance whatever's already there by giving you better focal length choices, giving you zoom capability, giving you, better manual control of the amount of light hitting the phone's camera sensor, as opposed to using the software that's okay, but not as good as manual control from your devices. Everything added to the experience of using the phone, but the phone was at the root of all of that quality, which is amazing to me. Because I remember my first cell phone. First of all, the first cell phone I ever had didn't take pictures, didn't do anything but make phone calls, right? And I remember the first phone that I got that I could take pictures with, and the quality of the pictures was fine when you looked at the images on the little tiny screen on your phone. But if you downloaded the pictures to the computer and looked even on a 15-inch computer monitor, the quality just started falling apart. And the bigger the monitor, the worse it got. But now, the cell phones are getting so good that even the cell phone is giving you a really high quality image. So what it's doing is it's returning the onus onto the filmmaker to make good films using story and using composition and using those creative inherent skills that have always been there, whether it was analog film, early digital, or current digital. So the technology is not holding us back as creative individuals. What's holding us back is our imagination.
Yeah, I know a lot of professionals these days, like the big names like Ridley Scott and stuff, are like, the phone cameras now are incredible, so there's no excuse, and it's a lot of pressure because there is no excuse.
Jeff Soderbergh shot 2 movies on cell phones. He shot a TV
I know.
on cell phones.
I know Damien Chazelle was doing like iPhone ads, kind of just proving that point.
Yeah, did I say Jeff? Steven Soderbergh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody is starting to wake up to the notion that we can't blame technology anymore if our movies suck, right? It's our stories that suck. Our stories need work, right? And that has nothing to do with the camera. So think about that as a sort of a sidebar conversation to what I'm trying to have here with you today about chips and sensors and cards. And remember that, you can get the best possible camera that money can buy, that the industry says is the number one device, But if you're a terrible filmmaker, it's not going to help you, right? So that's at the root of, you know, when I say embrace cinematography in terms of the science of it, so that you can take what you need from it and make sure that your stories don't suffer for a lack of knowledge of cinema cameras or lenses, you know, because even if you're a director, you got to know what lenses do. If you don't know what lenses do, how can you possibly know what the shots need to be with any degree of efficiency or taste, right? So that's the pitch, right? Learn cinematography so you can be better at fill in the blank.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you for the question. Here's this is a great graphic that I came across not too long ago. This shows you all the tonal values in 8-bit color space, and it's showing you like the blacks and the reds and the oranges and the blues. Do you see the color spectrum happening in here somewhere? And the further you go to the right, the closer we're getting to white and getting to a value up here. This is 15 stops of a dynamic range at white, right? Also, do you also see something similar in this group of colors right here? Have any of you used digital cinema cameras yet? Do you know what false color is on a digital monitor or a digital camera? These colors should look fairly reminiscent of false color. We'll talk about that when we talk about exposure, and talk about it a lot more in cinematography too. But there's little hidden nuggets of relative meaning in all of the stuff I'm showing you that hopefully over time will start clicking together for you. But this is an 8-bit color scale right here. It gives you a sense of how many colors are possible using red, blue, and green if you've only got 256 possible values. Okay, and that's from 0. So 255 values plus no value at all, which is 0 equals 256. Okay, that's an 8-bit system. Color science is the study of the 8-bit parameter, right? Or 10-bit or 12-bit for that matter. Color depth, color rendering is also known as bit depth, and it's either the number of bits used to indicate the color of a single pixel in a bit-mapped image or video frame buffer, or the number of bits used for each color component of a single pixel. Sounds like a lot, blah, 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 okay? Resolution and color quality and color variety is linked to sensor resolution, okay? It's linked. Here's a nice little graphic that can help you illustrate that. 8-bit, 256 red values, 256 green, and 256 blue values. When you multiply red times green times blue, you get a possible number of possible total color combinations and variables, 16,777,000. All right, 10-bit is 1,024 red, green, or blue. Multiply each of those one by one, you get a billion colors. 12-bit, 4,000, 4,100 red, 4,100 green, 4,100 blue, 4,100 times 4,100 times 4,100, over 68 billion possible color combinations. Okay. This is all being done by your processor when you press the record button, right? So to me, that's pretty amazing. Color depth, color space. We got time for this. Let me show you this. This is a B&H, I think it's called B&H University. It's talking about the difference between 8-bit and 10-bit video in terms of color space. What's the difference? I just want you to just check this out really quick, and I'll rejoin you on the other side.
8-bit versus 10.
Whoops, sorry.
8-bit versus 10-bit. You might have heard these terms before, but what exactly do they mean? When should you use one over the other? For starters, 8-bit isn't this. 8-bit video is everywhere, regardless of how it was originally shot. DVDs, Blu-rays, TV, and almost anything you see online is generally in 8-bit. So if 8 bits are enough for a Hollywood blockbuster that you would watch from the comfort of your own home, then why would you ever need to shoot in 10-bit? Well, what we're really talking about is something known as bit depth or color depth. Bit depth can be thought of as how many possible gradations of color there are in an image. It is not the same as color gamut, which is the range of possible color. You can have 256 shades of red, blue, or green in an 8-bit image, but with 10-bit video, you can have 1,024 shades. Now, do we really need that many shades? Well, that depends on who you ask. 10-bit video has existed for many years in the professional broadcast and film world, but only now are we really seeing it come into the mainstream. You can thank 3 different trends for making this possible: cameras with log modes, easily accessible color grading software, and more recently, delivering an HDR with wider color gamuts. Ask anyone who's tried to grade a log image, and they'll probably tell you that you can only do so much with 8-bit video. With only 256 shades per color, some scenes can exhibit what's called banding in what should be a smooth gradient. In most instances, banding doesn't appear until you color grade, meaning you can only push the image to a certain degree. You don't have a lot of wiggle room in 8-bit, meaning you have to get your exposure correct in camera. Now, while you can use a log mode with an 8-bit camera, it's not always a great idea. And there are some log modes that handle it better than others. Canon's original C-Log, for example, was designed for 8-bit video, and it does hold up pretty well. You see, standard Rec. 709 footage can present roughly 5 to 6 stops of dynamic range, so when you're using a non-log or normal mode, those 8 bits only have to be spread across a picture that doesn't utilize the sensor's entire range. Log modes exist in order to get every stop out of the sensor into a limited space. So when you record this way, you're using those same 8 bits across far more information, which then needs to be stretched out later. You can actually visualize this if you look at a waveform monitor. As you add curves or adjust levels, you're stretching the data of the video out, revealing gaps in the image. Banding is exactly what happens when these gaps become too prominent. But shooting in 10 bits solves this. Now, all that information from the sensor can be defined in 1,024 steps, allowing for more drastic color grades and smooth gradients in places like skies. Let's say that Rec. 709 has regular old blue, while P3 or Rec. 2020 have brilliant blue. I just made those up. 8-bit color can still display brilliant blue, but it's going to have fewer shades between that and regular old blue. The larger your gamut, the more challenging it is for an 8-bit mode to accurately represent it. This is why HDR requires a minimum of 10 bits. But that still doesn't answer how nearly every form of video gets away with it. I know this is going to sound weird, but believe it or not, for most types of video, 8-bit works just fine. Provided you have the bit rate, all it takes is a little bit of noise. Don't believe me? Watch what happens when I add just a small bit of noise to this image. The banding is a lot less noticeable. And just like we could see the gaps in the waveform, you can see the noise filling in those gaps. When professional content is finished in 10 bits or more, the version you end up seeing comes from that source. It's a lot like how a 4K image looks really sharp and clean when downscaled to 1080p. The process in this case is called dithering, and it blends colors together using noise. On top of this, most movies, even those shot digitally, have a form of sensor noise or film grain that hides the limits of 8-bit recording. Lastly, just because you shoot 10-bit doesn't mean you need a 10-bit monitor to appreciate the gains. Yes, it's true that the most accurate representation and benefits of 10-bit can only be seen on a 10-bit display. However, shooting and especially grading in a higher bit depth still gives you added flexibility that you see in the final image. Those cleaner gradients, for example, are still visible in the 8-bit monitor that you or anyone else has. In fact, it's the monitor or graphics card you have that is dithering the image before you even see it. So if you aren't doing heavy grading, or better yet, if you're not using a log mode at all, shooting in 8 bits isn't all that bad. That said, if you shoot in log modes and want to perform extensive, creative color grades, you will definitely want to shoot in 10-bit. And if you want to produce HDR content, you're actually required to shoot in at least 10 bits. As always, consider the needs of your production. From B&H, this is Doug. I'll see you next time.
Okay, Doug, thanks for muddying the water a little bit. So he threw out a few terms that I don't want you to dwell on, all right? One of them was Rec. 709. All that is a name for a color standard that translates to TV, okay? the color standard, in other words, the parameters that qualify an image to be broadcast by ABC or CBS over the airwaves, for instance, to your house, has to have a certain amount of quality. And that quality, all of the parameters and values associated with that level of quality has been given the term Rec 709. Okay. He talked about Rec, I think Rec 22. That's going to be a new broadcast standard that is years away from adoption at this point. It's not ready in terms of the standards. It's not ready in terms of the broadcasters being willing to reinvest money into more expensive equipment. It's also relying heavily on the available bandwidth that the broadcasters have to work with in terms of broadcasting. So right now, the specs for 8-bit video fit nicely into the Rec 709 description. And the broadcasters are using that as their baseline for the quality of the images that they're sending to you down the cable. Okay. If your cell phone is shooting HDR images, you might have seen the moniker HDR at this point. That stands for high dynamic range images, and that's a 10-bit process. So understand that your cell phone may have that capability inherently built into it. When you select the HDR mode on your video camera, you may not be able to control it and all of the factors that go into HDR capture, but the camera has an auto mode that's going to give you its best choices based on its own specs and capability, and it's going to give you high dynamic range images. Pretty stunning in many cases. One of my little GoPro cameras has HDR mode, right? Oddly enough, in a little tiny camera with a little tiny sensor like this, it's got an HDR mode. So it's kind of popping up everywhere at this point. If you're shooting 10-bit, you know, in your Ursa Mini 4.6K, you're getting results that are higher dynamic range than Rec 709, which is coming out of a Sony FS5, for instance. Unless you shoot the FS5 in an analog mode of image capture, which is a different color standard, again, from Rec 709. So it's a complex, I know it's a lot of stuff to take in. Just sort of let it wash over you, the information, and give it some time to sort of marinate over the semester here. And hopefully you'll at least have enough of an understanding about it to go into whatever discipline you really want to chase for your career, or to whet your appetite for cinematography too. And then we'll dust you with some more information in cinematography too. All right. So the last thing I want to talk to you about today, for the most part, is now your media. All right. So we talked about cinematography and cameras, sensors are capturing the images. Now, what are we putting the images on? We're putting it on media, right? It used to be on film. We would record the images to film stock, develop the film stock, and the images had to be printed out into projection prints. Okay, that could be then screened in a theater. Now we're creating data files from our sensors and our digital cameras, and the media that we're using can translate to a variety of devices, right? And most appropriately to our computers, which is where we have our color correction tools and our editing tools and our image management systems, whatever they happen to be in our computer. So I carry mine around in a little wallet like this. It's a little Tamrac asset wallet, right? And you open it up and it's got different sizes of media in there. So it's got SD cards for certain cameras, like the GH5s take the SD cards. All right, and this is a high capacity SD card. So it's a high bit rate video acquisition card, specially designed for high resolution 4K cameras. And then we've got things like the CFast cards, which is what the Ursa Minis use. Okay, and they have a different data rate standard than the SD cards. All right, but it's for recording high resolution video, either at extreme high resolution or at high frame rates. Okay, and so what data card are you going to use? Well, most of the time it's dictated by the camera itself. So the camera is going to have a media preference. Like the GoPros, for instance, they use micro SD cards. So those are really tiny. If I pull this one out and show you, the card fits right here. And there's a micro SD card right there. And in order to make that work, I've got to have an SD card, a micro SD to SD card adapter. This goes into that, and then that goes into the computer for me to get the images off of this little card. Okay, whatever the card is, you have to know if it's suitable for the camera or not in a couple of ways. The first would be the data rate. In other words, how fast does the card read the data coming off of the camera's processor, right? That's called a write speed. How fast does it write data to the card? How fast can the card accept data? And then how much data will it hold, right? And those are two different values, right? So in each of these cards, you'll see, or here's an SSD over here. Here's a solid state hard drive. Okay, that's going to have the fastest data rate and the largest capacities, probably. Peaking out right now at as high as 4 terabytes, I think. This one says T5 or TS. I think this is a 2 terabyte drive, the Samsung. These are coming as large as 1 terabyte right now, as far as I know. And I think we're just starting to see now a terabyte on these SSD cards, or these SD cards rather. Super expensive though. I mean, to get high capacity on a card this size is probably going to cost you, $600. And likewise, the CFast cards aren't much cheaper, actually. A terabyte on a CFast card might cost you $600 or $700 right now. And then of course the Samsung HDs. Anybody using any of these yet? Anybody know the cost on these? I think they're about $500-600. So pretty expensive when you're talking about high capacity. Do you need high capacity? Well, it's just recording media, right? You can use it to capture images and then download those images into your computer or into a bigger hard drive, and then recycle the media, clean it off, reformat it, and send it back to the set and use it again. Okay, that's something we couldn't do with film. But even with film, we had a recording limit in terms of duration. And then we had to change mags on the camera, right? So you can treat your digital camera the same way. You can say, look, I'm going to pick a data card that has a certain recording length. And I know, for instance, that the CFast cards that I bought from B&H Photo, these were on sale and they were pretty cheap. And part of the reason why is because they're only 32 gigs. Okay, but they have a very fast data rate, so I can use them in something like the Ursa Mini 4.6K. And if I set the Ursa Mini's resolution to 2K instead of 4.6K, I can record on this card for about 30 minutes at 2K resolution, which is better than HD, which is better than broadcast standard. So I'm okay with these cards, at least for the moment, when I'm just messing around and doing testing and shooting personal stuff, and I know it's not going to be projected or anything close to that. And so I'm going to use a 32 gig CFast card. If I was going to shoot a movie though, I would pick a different data card. Why? I'm going to show you why. I need to know how much time I can put on a 128 gigabyte SD card with a particular camera. How do I figure that out? Well, I need to know what the card is capable of. So this card is labeled with a number of different pieces of information, and each one of those pieces of information is addressing a different limitation in terms of the data recording. Okay, SD cards, what are they? Secure digital high capacity, SDHC, right? SDXC, secure digital extended capacity. It's referring to the total amount of data the card will hold, or the read-write speed of the card. How fast can you write data to the card? How fast can you read data off of the card? So writing data to the card is about the camera acquisition process. Reading data off of the card is about the computer manipulation process, whether it's your editor or whether it's transferring files from your SD card to your hard drive. Moving files around and manipulating the files in the computer are affected by the read speed, right? Both of those values are important, and the card has two different values to assign to those needs. SDHC cards offer between 4 gigabytes and 32 gigabytes of total capacity. SDXC cards offer more than 32 gigs, and right now upwards of a terabyte, okay? Other forms of digital recording media, the compact flash, which I showed you, SSDs, and then separate hard drives. Some cameras use proprietary separate hard drives. The Sony Venice, I think, has a proprietary separate hard drive. The Panasonic Varicam Studio has a proprietary recording hard drive. The Panavision Genesis recording camera, digital camera, has a separate dedicated hard drive. Some cameras are operating that way. It's not as practical and not as common anymore. We want to use media, so we can change media out the way we changed out a film magazine. We knew 1,000-footer lasted how long? You remember how long a 1,000-foot film mag lasted?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, right? When you hit 10 minutes, you want to reload the camera, right? So I'd be on the set, camera reloads. Tell the ADs, after this shot, camera has to reload. All right, and then the first AD would announce it to the crew, camera reloads. Everybody on the crew knew at that point that it was going to take us 2 or 3 minutes to take the spent mag off the camera, thread the new mag onto the camera, bump a few feet through it to make sure it was loaded properly, put everything back together, and signal the AD that we were ready to go. 2 minutes was a regularly scheduled break that was written into every day for people on different crews to be able to catch their breath, readjust, make some quick changes, run out of the stage while the doors are locked when you're rolling, whatever you got to do, right? Before the camera's going to start rolling again. We can do the same thing with our data cards. If we pick data cards that give us a predetermined amount of record time based on our resolution and our bit rate of our camera, we can determine how long it's going to last. I determined my CFast cards in the Ursa Mini at 2K would last me 30 minutes. Great. I know that that's like 3 film mags, and at the end of 30 minutes of recorded time, I got to change the card out on the camera, and that'll be a regularly scheduled sort of built-in break, 2 to 3 minutes, where everybody can kind of catch their breath and the camera can reload and get ready to go. The information on the card is helping me determine the record time of my data card. Okay. The first bit of information at the top of the card is going to be the brand. So this is a SanDisk. It's called an Extreme Pro. So it's an SDXC card. Okay. Extended capacity. Then we have the type of card, XC1V30. What does that mean? Okay. XC, extended capacity, V30 is a bit rate for the card. You see this over here, it says 95 megabits per second. That's the read speed of the card. That's how fast your computer can pull data off this card once you've loaded it into the computer and you want to pull files off, let's say, and edit them, or you want to edit right off the card into your nonlinear editing system. 95 megabits per second.
Sorry, this isn't megabytes. This is megabits.
This is megabytes right here. Megabytes, large B. I'm going to tell you the difference here in a second. All right, 95 megabytes per second is the read speed of this card. It translates to megabits, but we got to do a little bit of math. Okay, and then it says V30. V30, V stands for video. And usually when you have a V card, it's because you're using a camera that has high resolution, or it's taking data really fast from the processor to the card. It's recording very fast to the card. Okay, so you can wash your car with a garden hose, or you can wash your car with a fire hose. Okay, the car is still going to get wet. You're still going to wet down the same car, the same size car, right? But the fire hose is going to shoot a whole bunch of water very quickly onto the car, and the garden hose in comparison is going to trickle it onto the car, right? That's like data rate in a camera. The camera can record very big gobs very quickly of data coming through the processor onto the card, or it can record at a trickle, okay? But if it's still recording, 4K resolution and still recording at 24 frames per second, but what do you suppose the trade-off is going to be between a camera's processor that takes big gobs of information per second or little gobs of information per second? What might suffer?
The storage on the SD card?
Well, certainly the storage. Yeah, the storage is going to go down if you're using big gobs of data. But we've talked about something already that might get affected by a lot of data or a little bit of data.
The resolution?
Maybe the resolution, but aside from that, if the resolution must stay the same, what's the other thing that can suffer as a result?
The write speed.
How about the color? Did you ever see a video file that came out of a camera that looks kind of muted or desaturated? It's just not vibrant. And then you see a video file coming out of a professional camera and it's so colorful and it pops, and it's contrasty, right? That's a lot of data being processed by that camera in a short period of time, right? So the volume of the card is linked to how fast data can be written to the card. And that has an effect on things like our color saturation and our color depth, all right, and or our resolution. So the early cameras, I remember when we were still shooting NTSC, which is 640 by 480 was the television standard in, say, the 80s and 90s. And then HD came along and they wanted to put 1920 by 1080 resolution on the screen. Well, we got really good at 640 by 480. Color was amazing, right? And you could bump that to even as high as 740, right? And get really nice looking images on a standard TV. But HD needed more resolution. So the cameras were coming out with the higher resolution images, but the colors didn't look nearly as good as the NTSC standard was looking. So it had to do with bit rates on the cameras, right? They sacrificed color quality to get to bump up the resolution to 1080, right? And then as the technology got better, the color started to get better and better and better, right? So the initial 1080 cameras were generating images that looked very sharp, but the color was horrible. It didn't look accurate at all, and the skin tones were all nasty and didn't look good. So video was not considered a viable standard for motion pictures for that very reason. So bit rate has a lot to do with the color quality and the dynamic range of your camera, because it's a lot of data or a little data, okay? The designations for the V cards are in terms of bit rate, and the bit rates are delineated here. So V speed cards, okay, video class 30 is 30 megabytes per second. Write speed, V60, 60 megabytes, and V90, 90 megabytes per second. So you're going, wait a minute, it says 95 on the front of the card. That's how fast your computer can read data off the card. It's not how fast the card records data from your camera. Okay, that's a different factor. That's the V factor here. Okay, but 30 megabytes per second is a lot of data if you think about it, because you have to multiply this by a factor of 1,024 to get the megabits per second equivalent, which is how the cameras are telling you they record in the first place. So it's odd that the cards are speaking with different standards than the cameras are, but we have to know how to translate it so we know where we're at in terms of the card's capacity. So here's what we got to do. We got to understand bits versus bytes. What's the difference? A bit, computers deal with a binary digit. That's another portmanteau, binary digit, bit for short. It can be a 1 or a 0, right? It's that binary representation of data, 1 or 0, on or off, right? The equivalent of a circuit, basically. It's on or it's off. It's passing information or it's not. A byte, okay, 1 byte is 8 binary digits, such as 11111001. All right, that is a byte, and it consists of 8 bits of information. right? 7 digits and a period. It's data. Okay, a kilobyte is the smallest file stored on a smartphone, a tablet, or a PC, and it's typically 4 kilobytes in size. A kilobyte is 1,024 bytes. 1,024 bytes, therefore, is 1 kilobyte, and that's the same as saying 8,192 ones or zeros, binary digits. Okay, this is the translation right here, 1,024. A bit becomes a byte, that's times 8, becomes a kilobyte times 1,024. And then each time we go up in size or bit stream, megabyte, multiply again by 1,024. Gigabyte, multiply again by 1,024. Terabyte, multiply it again by 1,024, right? And this is going to start to tell you your volume or your storage capacity. Okay, now how do we translate that into how much does the card hold? We got to do a little bit more math. And what we have to know are the bit rates of the cameras that we're going to use. Okay, so I'm going to jump ahead for a second here and I'm going to show you some cameras. These are right out of the UCF inventory. Okay, so you like the Canon 5D. Here's the 5D. Why are you picking the 5D? I don't know. It was the only one left when I had a homework assignment due, so I rented that one. It's as good a reason as any. But you might have also picked it because it had the large image sensor and you were going to shoot a lot of night exterior shots for your horror film for your storytelling class. Okay, so you got the 5D because you knew the big sensor would help you in low light and you didn't have a lot of extra lights to bring along and you didn't have a crew to work with. All right, fine. Which data card do you want? Well, you got to know this. You got to know that the Canon 5D Mark IV has a bit stream or a bit rate of 500 megabits per second. Okay, 500 megabits per second. If you translate that to megabytes, just divide 500 by 8 and you'll get your answer. What's that, 40 megabytes? Okay, so you got to know this number. All right, 500 megabits per second. That's how fast the camera's processor can take the information coming in and write it down on the SD card, or in this case, the CFast card. Okay, 500 megabits per second. Now let's jump back to our little deal here. So let's calculate how much video is on an SD card. Well, the 5D doesn't, I think the Mark IV might actually take either way. I think it's SD or CFast at this point. So we're going to say it's an SD card for the sake of conversation. Find out what the bit rate of your camera is. We got that, 500 megabits per second. This information can be found in the spaces in the specs of your user's manual if you don't know already. If you check out gear from UCF, they should know and they can tell you. I'm already going to tell you every camera that they have in inventory, this is the bit rate. Okay, the Ursa Mini, 312 max in ProRes 444. That's a codec. That's just a way of compressing the data. The Sony F3, 35 megabits per second. Oops, that's low. EVA ones we didn't get. Panasonic FC1000, this little guy I showed you, 100 megabits per second in 4K. Canon 5D, 500. Canon 60D, 46 megabits per second. Whatever of these cameras you pick, these are the bit rates, okay? Pocket camera HD, upwards of 180, depending on what compression you choose. All right, let's go back. We know this now. We know our bit rate of our camera, okay? If the bit rate of your camera is 100 megabits per second, all right, so which one was that? Could be the Blackmagic Pocket. You can pick a 100 megabits per second mode in the EOS 5D if you need to, okay? But let's say we're using the Pocket camera, 100 megabits per second. It has that in standard ProRes, okay? 100 megabits per second. We know that a V30 card or a UHS class 3 SD card will be sufficient because the write speed of a V30 card is 30 megabytes per second, okay? Megabytes per second. 30 times 8 gives you the megabits per second. So 30 times 8 is 240 megabits per second. We can do that with this card because it says V30 right here. Not only could we use it in the pocket camera, but at 240 megabits per second, we could also use it in the 60D if it took it, which I think it does. The Blackmagic Ursa Mini 4.6K takes CFast, but if it was the version G2 camera, we could put an SD card in there and shoot with that. The newest version of this camera that just came out takes SD or CFast cards. So we could shoot with this camera as well in regular ProRes. This is the highest resolution, highest dynamic range, biggest color. It's like a 12-bit color sampling file. This is the absolute best quality with slight compression that you can get out of this camera. And then beyond that, you'd be shooting what we call RAW, which is absolutely no compression, all the data possible coming out of the camera. And that's something like, I don't know, 350 megabits per second. But in regular ProRes, which is normal compression, all your resolution and everything, we could fit on this card, on a V30 card. We could do it. Well, maybe V60 card. Okay. We need to choose the card's overall capacity. Okay. Oh, wait, I skipped a section. If we're going to use a GH5 with a bit rate of 400 megabits per second, we will need a bigger V card, a V60 card, not a V30 card, because the 400 megabits per second, 400 is bigger than 240, right? So V30 gives you 240. V60 will give you 60 megabytes times 8 is what? $60 megabytes times 8 is 480 megabits, right? 480 megabits will certainly accommodate the GH5 if it's shooting at 400 megabits per second. We have a headroom of about 80 megabits per second, which is fine. We got a little buffer in there. It's good. So if we're going to use a GH5 at 400 megabits per second, we need a V60 card. But with the little Blackmagic Pocket HD, we only need a V30 card. Okay. Next, we need to know the card's capacity. We do that by calculating the bit rate of our camera per minute, then dividing that number into the capacity of the card. We can calculate the capacity of an existing card based on its total file capacity. For instance, if we have a 64 gigabyte SD card, UHS class 3, that's V30, we shoot at 100 megabits per second on a Sony. How much recording time do we have? We got to do the math. Start by multiplying your total capacity, 64 gigs by 1024. That'll get you down to kilobytes, right? And then multiply that value by 8. Then divide that value by the megabits per second of the camera and multiply by 60. That'll give you seconds from minutes, okay? Here's the formula right here, okay? The camera's total capacity in minutes is equal to TC, which is total card capacity times 1024 times 8 divided by the camera's bit rate times 60. All right, because the bit rate is in seconds and we want to be in, or we're going to go from minutes to seconds, right? So that's basically the formula right here, okay? Total recording time is total card capacity times 1024 times 8 divided by the bit rate times 60, all right? So if we go back and do the math, the 60 megabytes per second write speed is barely enough to handle 4K resolution at 400 megabits per second, raw video in short bursts. Okay, that's just an FYI. Let's go back here. Okay, so start by multiplying the total capacity of the card by 1024, the number needed to get to megabytes, multiply by 8 to get to megabits, divide by the bit rate times 60. Let's apply that to any one of these cameras. So let's go back to the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema camera, HD, and let's say we're shooting at 100 megabits per second, and we're going to pick this card right here, 128 gigabyte card. All right. It's a V30 card. So the write speed is 240 megabits per second, right? So let's put it in, let's plug it into the formula. This is the unknown. Total capacity is 128. What's 128 times 1024? Anybody got a calculator? What'd you get? 128 times 1024.
131,072.
Awesome. I got that as well. Now let's multiply that times 8. So we went from gigabytes to megabytes, megabytes to megabits is times 8 equals, booyah, 1,048,576. Let's write that down because we have to do another quick calculation. Anybody got that in your memory? 1,048,576. All right. What was the bit rate of our little pocket camera? It's easy because it's round numbers. Remember what it was? 100 megabits per second, right? That was the bit rate of our camera in ProRes, 100 megabits per second. Multiply that by 60. What do you get? Did you get a number?
6,000.
6,000. Beautiful. Now let's take our big number off the top and divide it by 6,000. So this 1,048,576 divided by 6,000. That's the number of minutes in HD on a massive card, 128 gigabyte card. It's 100 and call it 175 minutes in round numbers. 175 divided by 60. Right? Is like almost 3 hours. It's just under 3 hours of recording time on that card. But let's reapply the math to the GH5 in 4K. So the GH5 in 4K shooting 60 frames per second is going to burn through 400 megabits per second, right? So let's take the same formula. Let's take our total card capacity, which is 128, and multiply it by, this number is never going to change. 128 by 1024 is that times 8, gets us our big number again on top. Now we need to take our bit rate of 400 because we're shooting 4K out of a GH5 at 60 frames per second, 400 megabits per second times 60 to get to minutes. 400 times 60 is what?
24,000.
2,400, right?
No, 24,000.
Is it 24,000? Oh, 20, yes, right. 400.
I got 24,000 too.
2 zeros plus 1 zero is 3 zeros. 6 times 4 is 24. 24,000, right? So we take this big number divided by 24,000. Now, how many minutes do we have on that card with the GH5? We've only got 44 minutes.
Oh, 44, yeah.
You see what happened? We had 3 hours in the little pocket HD camera at 100 megabits per second, but we got 43.69 minutes out of the GH5 at 4K resolution and 60 frames per second. And that's also, I might add, at 10 bit. So do you see what happened? Resolution, bit stream, and frame rate took that total card capacity down from 3 hours to less than an hour, to 44 minutes. Okay. But you know exactly,
don't shoot on something that big.
Well, or
If you
do.
don't have to.
It depends on what you're shooting, right? I mean, 44 minutes, yeah, that's a long time if you're shooting a feature, because we used to break it down into little 10-minute chunks. A mag was 10 minutes, and then we reloaded the camera. So if this is a 128 gigabyte card gives you 44 minutes, then if we went to a 64 gigabyte card, we would be at 22 minutes of recording time, right? I'm just cutting it in half.
Yeah.
128 divided by 2 is 64. If I had two 64 gigabyte cards, each one of them could record for about 22 minutes, and then they'd have to pull the card out and put a fresh one in the camera, right? That's like 2 film magazines. Could do that. You could go to a 32 gigabyte card, and half of 22 is 11. 32 gigabyte card is just like a film mag on a film camera. Coincidentally, since I'm old and I was born in the film generation and a magazine was 10 minutes long, look what I put in my camera. At 400 megabits per second, I have the same recording time as I had on a full fresh film load in a magazine. 10 minutes.
If
Right?
the goal with these cards is they're constantly making them more efficient so they can pack more into the same size, right? So now you're getting like the terabyte cards and so on and so forth. Wouldn't it be prudent on a set to maybe, I wouldn't say skip the card, but set up some sort of bank of cards that, okay, we fill, that way you don't even have to change it out. You just have the camera plugged directly down into some kind of bank of cards. And then it's just, okay, slot 1, okay, that's full. Turn a little dial and just have it flip over to the next one and record all the way down. That would seem to be the best idea, or just plug it straight into the hard drive you're going to move it to anyway and just record straight to the hard drive at that point.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that concept? Here's what I can say about that. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you're working with like a run and gun situation, it would be like more bulky and it would get in the way and be a hassle.
Okay. Anybody else? Here's my fear, right? And it's born out of the film generation, or the video generation for that matter, the guys that shot to tape, all right? When we shot things with cameras, we got something out of the camera in return. A roll of film that needed to be processed, a videotape that had electronic images on it, okay? Now we got a data card. How quickly can you erase a data card? Push of a button, right? Accidental, certainly not planned, not intended at all, an accident. Oops, formatted the card before pulling the data off of it and storing it on our computer. All of a sudden, your day's work is gone if you've only used one recording device for everything you did that day. In the days of film, we might have shot our average, let's say on Swamp Thing, the TV series, was 9,000 foot mags per day. That was our average, right? So if we shot 9 mags, that was 90 minutes. That's 10 minutes per mag times 9 mags, 90 minutes. But if something happened, and with a film magazine, the catastrophic things that could happen, but never did on my watch, I want to add, let's say you open up the magazine in the daylight by accident, not realizing it was loaded, and you flash that film with daylight. All of a sudden, the images are ruined on that exposed roll of film because you exposed it to daylight before you developed it. Gone. Done. If that happened with one mag, you would lose 10 minutes of your total yield that day, and the other 80 minutes would be safe on other mags that you hadn't carelessly opened by accident. There's no way you're going to repeat that same mistake twice, let alone 9 times in a day. I guarantee you, the first time you open up a magazine with loaded film that's already been shot and you realize what you've just done, you will feel so sick and anxious that you will never make that mistake again. Okay? So if you put all of your work for the whole day on one data card and then something unforeseen happens and that data gets lost, you have lost your whole day of shooting and whatever that value represents. So from my point of view, I would never shoot on a large capacity card and never reload the camera. I would never do that because I'm constantly worried that a fault in the process or an accident or a careless push of a button will destroy everything that we've worked so hard to create. So I want to change the camera, and I want to do it at least every 10 minutes like we used to do with film. I want to do it because we get that break I talked about. Every 10 minutes of recording time, the crew gets to reset. That's important. Go to the bathroom, make a phone call, get a cup of coffee, whatever you have to do, pause and think about what you're doing. Whatever that moment is used for, it's important and we should maintain it, right, in our workflow. The other reason, sequester the day's work so that if one card gets destroyed, the whole day isn't lost in the process. So change it every 10 minutes, change it every 20 minutes. Shoot 64 gigabyte cards in your GH5 at 400 megabits per second and know that you're going to reload the camera every 20 minutes. That's okay. That's probably a good thing, right? And let me tell you something, 20 minutes of recorded time is a lot, okay? You'll be on set for 14 hours, but you're not going to record for 14 hours. The camera's going to stop. It's going to get powered down. You're going to move it around to a different set. You're going to light. You're going to go to lunch. You're going to do a lot of stuff in between pushing record, right? 20 minutes is a lot, okay, on like a student film, for instance. You might shoot 20 minutes per day on a student shoot, right? Because you got a lot of other stuff you're doing in between push and record, okay? But even so, you don't want everything you do for the day on one card if one card could be destroyed at the push of a button. Now, the exceptions to the rule are things like really long interviews, right? If you've got, I don't know, let's say you're shooting an interview for Rolling Stone and they have a back room set aside at an Elton John concert. He's coming out after the show to give you 10 minutes, right? Do you want to do a reload in that time or do you want to keep the camera rolling for the whole time? You're not going to cut the camera for that. Or let's say you're doing a documentary with Earl Morris and you're doing an interview with, President Obama about, the use of drones in Iraq, right? Are you going to stop and reload the camera in the middle of an interview? If he says, I'm going to give you an hour, you can ask me anything that you want, but at the end of that hour, I'm leaving and we're done. And I don't care if you have everything you wanted or not. I'm out, right? So you need to be able to roll camera for a solid hour without changing the data card. That's when you're going to want to know how long that card capacity will last, right? If you got a problem like that you have to solve, okay? So there's going to be a time when you're going to want to know how much data you can put on that card. And like I said, frame rate is something that we often forget about in terms of the capacity of a card. At 400 megabits per second, at 24 frames per second, we're not burning 400 megabits. We're burning like, I think in the GH5, we're burning 200. Okay, so that means you could go with a V30 card instead of a V60 card. Or you could go with, a smaller gigabyte capacity because 24 frames doesn't burn up a lot of data like 60 does. Okay, but the minute you go to 60 or more, 120, 240, okay, all of a sudden you're shooting twice as much video, 4 times as much video. Now your card has to be 4 times bigger, right? In order to accommodate the frame rate, just the frame rate change. If the resolution stays the same and the color depth stays the same, you're still going to, multiply your card exponentially because of the frame rate. So you want to know what your cards can do for you based on those types of problems. Okay, long duration interviews without cutting, high frame rates, high bit rates. If you go from 8-bit to 10-bit, your data rate's going to change, your card capacity is going to change, right? Usually when you go from 8-bit to 10-bit, you'll see a difference in bit rate of 100 or 200 megabits per second, just to accommodate more color combinations, right? So just be aware that what your card holds is relevant to the camera you're going to use and how you're going to use that camera. All right. So you can't go to a website and say, how much 4K footage can I put on a 64 gigabyte card? I don't know till I know what camera you're using and then what quality selection you're going to take, what frame rate you're going to take. Right. When I know all of those things, then I can answer that question effectively. But to give you just a, because when digital first started happening and we started shooting 4K, we used to say 4K is it consumes a gigabyte per minute. Oh, really? Well, I just showed you that that's not true necessarily, because we only got 43 gigabytes on a 128 gigabyte card. If a gig per minute was accurate, then we'd get 128 minutes on that card, and we didn't. Okay. So a gig per minute is no metric to tell you how long 4K records. It's not enough information. Does that make sense? I know it's math, and hey, I suck at math too, right? But if you know just this little bit, if you can just dedicate this formula to your memory, it'll help you every time you want to know how long your card's good for. As long as you understand the bit rate of your camera. That's all you got to know.
Okay. It's bit rate, resolution, and frame rate. Those are the three, or are there any more that factor into that storage?
Oh, that'll affect the length of your card. Color, bit depth, 8, 10, or 12, frame rate, and resolution. Yeah, all three of those things can affect the recording duration of your card.
And color is different than bit rate?
It's basically the same. Bit rate is telling you how many color combinations you can achieve, right? 8-bit is good for TV, 10-bit is good for feature films, 12-bit is better. All right. But each time you're going to need more data capacity and a camera that can record at higher frame rate, higher bit rates.
Gotcha.
Okay? So you can't record 12-bit on, a video camera that you bought at Best Buy for $400, right? It's not going to do it. You're going to need something like an Ursa Mini can record 12-bit to a separate recorder. Okay. Something like that. Okay. Just remember that and you'll be okay. Total capacity times 1024 times 8, that gets you from gigabytes to megabytes. Divide by the bit rate, multiply by 60, gets you to minutes. And your total capacity in minutes will be the factor of those figures. Okay. All right. So that's basically it. Yeah, the higher the bit rate, the better. Remember, it's like, do you want to wet down the driveway with a garden hose? Do you want to fill the pool with a garden hose or a fire hose? It's basically, think about it like that. The rest of these cells are just showing you information like bit rates of common cameras, right? Red 4K camera, 151 megabits per second. Blackmagic 4K camera, that's the old one, 1.4 gigabytes per second. Sony F5, 1 gigabyte per second. Canon RAW, any raw codec in any of the Canon cameras at 4K is 2.3 gigabytes per second. And some of these numbers have changed. This frame, I think, is a couple of years old already. So some of these values might have changed, but just as a comparative look at the different versions of cameras, you can see what different cameras are doing. Compression, I'll just keep it simple and say compression is just, how do you take a big bin full of data that equals an image and compress it down to a smaller total volume without losing quality in that resulting image? And you can do it a variety of different ways. They can do it by random bit sampling. They can do it by regular bit sampling. They can do it by relative bit sampling. One of the ways that they compress the size of a video file is, you remember that picture of the boat was trolling down the river in the video back here on bit depth, and he was talking about banding in the sky. Blue sky, for instance, that's all the same kind of data repeating itself for blue sky. Blue is blue for rows and rows and rows of pixels. And what your processor might do is say, we have a predominant value in this image file that represents blue sky. Well, we can take half of the data away and it'll still look like blue sky because it's all one tone, right? That's one way of compressing data in a file, and it's what your processor is doing. It could say, okay, every 10th bit, toss it out. Well, you could do that, right? Or you could say, let's take a pattern. Every third bit, throw it away, then every fourth bit, throw it away, then back to every third bit, throw it away, then every fourth bit, throw it away. Create gaps that in the context of a larger sequence of data, ones and zeros, you won't notice one or two missing here and there, but you can totally compress the size of that file by doing something like that. Does it represent a reduction in total resolution? Technically, yes, it does. But do you see it with your eye? No. So compression is just a way of taking out superfluous data from a data file and making it smaller without grossly affecting the resulting image from that data. Okay, that's all compression is. And codec, when I say what codec is the camera shooting, codec, all that is another portmanteau, and it is a euphemism for compression decompression algorithm. Compression by the camera, and then the data file goes into your computer and you open it up in your editing program and you decompress the data into your image. And the way that the camera is doing that is called a codec. And many cameras will have 2 or 3 different ways of doing that to your data. And you pick the one that works best with your nonlinear editing system. Or you pick the one that is native to your nonlinear editing system. For instance, any PC users in class? Are you guys have devices that can edit ProRes now, correct? Directly into your editor? Or do you have to down convert it or cross convert it to a different wrapper to work on your computer? ProRes is a codec that used to only work in Apple computers, which is why people that worked in the art and video industries would use Apple products, because the Apple compression algorithm, ProRes, only worked in Apple stuff. And some of the first video cameras that came out, they had to say, well, what compression algorithm are we going to use? Well, what kind of computers are the majority of our end users using? Apple. Well, okay, then we're going to adopt ProRes as our compression standard for all of our video files. And then when you shoot video on our camera, if you want to import it into your Apple laptop, it's already ProRes. The Apple laptop will put ProRes directly into Final Cut Pro, and you can edit without any problems, without having to cross convert your video files. MP4 is another version of a codec. It's also a compression algorithm that works great with Android and PC products. So if you have, for instance, your cell phone or your GoPros this one shoots MP4. So MP4 I can now bring natively into my Apple computer with no problem. But initially MP4 was a problem, so depending on what computer you were using, what codec you wanted to use in your camera. Some cameras would give you the option, do you want me to record this as an MOV or as an MP4, right? MOV will get loaded directly into QuickTime on your Apple computer if you're using iMovie to edit your movies with. And if you're using MP4 and you're on your PC computer and you're using whatever, editing program on a PC, your MP4s will load directly into that. So the camera would say, which computer are you using in essence, and then choose the appropriate codec. And that's just in a pull down menu. It doesn't have much to do with your exposures or with your images or your compositions or anything else. It's just, how do you want the camera to package your data? What computer are you using to edit your video footage? Does that make sense?
Well, does stuff like Adobe just bridge that divide between PC and Apple then?
It does now, man. It's a lot easier to do these things than it was in the beginning. In the beginning, it was an absolute nightmare, right? Because there were no standards, brand by brand, manufacturers couldn't agree on what standards to use. And it was like the wild, wild west. And you really had to do a lot of testing and a lot of prior planning to figure out what gear and what applications you were going to use to shoot your video, because you had to make sure that everything was compatible. Nowadays, we've had enough time with this now, from say 2008 to now, 14 years, 13 years, to get comfortable with digital workflows and computers and how we integrate computers into our filmmaking agenda. And the manufacturers understand our pain, and they understand what we're doing better now than they did 14 years ago. And so when they create a new product, each generation of a camera or a computer or a nonlinear editing system is offering us this intercompatibility. Okay. Most camera manufacturers adopted ProRes for the longest time, but it involved licenses, and some manufacturers didn't want to pay for the licenses. And so they would give you a camera that shot in AVC HD or MP4, and, like Sony, for instance. And then you needed to either convert the Sony files into ProRes files to edit on your Apple, or you had to edit on a PC using Sony Vegas, let's say. A lot of clowning around like that. Nowadays, most of these editing systems will take whatever you throw at it. The big wrench in the machine now is the uncompressed raw files that some of the really expensive cameras are shooting now, because the raw files are giving us the maximum flexibility, the maximum data to play with in post-production in terms of color correction and, changes in ISO, changes in frame rate, and all kinds of stuff you can do in post now if you have these large, uncompressed, totally uncompressed raw files, right? But they're a problem of data management in and of themselves. So codecs are nothing more than managing the volume of data coming out of your camera in a couple of different ways based on the tools you're using, the equipment, the applications, and how much reduction in quality that you want to endure. Now, you remember how this guy from the B&H video, he was talking about post-production and color correction in 8-bit versus 10-bit. Well, if you can take a really good exposure with your video camera, not too bright, not too dark, good saturation on the colors, accurate color rendition because you've picked daylight or interior correctly, and then you've shot under good quality sunlight, and your images are nice and clear and fresh. You can shoot 8-bit and be totally fine with the images and never realize that you had fewer color choices than 10-bit. The problem comes in when you shoot something and you're not happy with it, and you take that video file back to the office or back home with you, you load it into your NLE and you start color correcting. Okay, the more data you have, the easier it is to color correct and the more flexibility you have. The less data you have, the harder it is to color correct something and have the images not develop any artifacts, okay, as a result of not having enough data to manipulate effectively, right? If you wanted it red and you shot it purple and you got to change purple to red in post and you don't have a lot of data to work with, the resulting red that you're capable of achieving in post will be red, but it won't be as nice as if you shot in 10 or 12-bit video. It won't be as accurate, right? So you might say, well, red is red. Yeah, in the majority of situations, red is red, right? Unless you're Maybelline and you're doing a lipstick commercial and you got a model that you're paying $10,000 an hour to shoot, and the product better be Copa red and not fire engine red, because one lipstick makes you want to go on a date with the girl and the other one makes you want to run, right? It's really important sometimes whether that color is accurate or not. Or let's say food. Let's say you're shooting a commercial for Longhorn Steakhouse, right? Do you want that steak to be running with beautiful steak juices that have accurate color? Or do you want it to have like purple ooze coming out of it because your color correction suite was hampered by low bit rates, or, bad color depth, or whatever you were dealing with in your camera? So color can be important, or it can be a secondary concern, depends on what you're shooting, right? All of this depends on what you're shooting. All of this depends on what your priorities are, from the camera to the story to the lenses to the lighting. It's all under your control, and it's all called cinematography, right? So you decide what things are important, and then as long as you understand how to control those things you deem important, you're never going to have a problem. It's going to be okay. Does that gel? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's awesome. I love the examples you gave too, from like business standpoints.
Good. I want it because I don't want to scare you away from these concepts, and I don't want you to say, "Oh, this is too complicated. It's too hard. Screw this. Cinematography? Nah, I'm going to be a prop guy." I don't want to do that, because it's really the more you sit with this information and the more you just let it kind of marinate and tumble around in there, and the more experimenting you do, I think the more comfortable you get, and you realize it's really not that bad. This is the worst thing I've ever done to my cinematography students, is this formula right here. The rest of it, when we talk about exposure, it seems like math, but it's really not math. You'll see in a couple of weeks. This is an algebraic expression that you have to know how to deal with. What's that?
Yeah.
What?
Sorry. I was saying it's like photosynthesis, or like we're in biology or something like that. but no, it is important though, and I think I see the pragmatic use of it.
It kind of is like photosynthesis. It's photosensitive. It's photovoltaic. It's sunlight into images, right? Or sunlight into food, either way. But yeah, it is kind of like that. And there is some math involved somewhere. But what the brands and the manufacturers have done for us in the majority of cases is they have taken the responsibility for mathematics out of our process so that we can focus on the things that we're worried about. Good quality lighting, good quality framing and composition, good exposure. We have a whole bunch of concerns. It would be really great if we didn't have to add math and computation to that problem. And so the manufacturers are trying to make it easy on us. But sometimes you got to do just a little bit of math to get yourself set up properly. Otherwise, you just got to make sure you got to have a buttload of cards hanging around if you're not going to figure out how much they can hold. If you got more money to throw at a problem than you have acquired skills, then you'd be okay too. But most of us don't have an unlimited supply of cash to throw at the problem of making a movie, right? We have a budget. Even the studios work within budgets. Sometimes, here's the thing, sometimes even the studios can feel more restrictive and cheaper with their money, the way they spend their money, than a low budget film, because they're trying to get more, they're maximizing their dollar, right? So they're, even though you got $150 million to spend on this movie, they're still nickel and diming you for nails and screws and overtime, right? It's like, I thought we had $150 million. Yeah, we do, but we want to make space opera, and when you're doing space opera, it costs $150 million just to get you a decent movie. If we were making two guys in a diner drinking coffee, $150 million would be way more than we would ever need, right? Unless that diner was on.
I actually had a question about that from like the beginning of the lecture. When you mentioned the rental houses and the lenses and getting the type of stuff you need, and maybe going with not the worst lens, but like a different lens quality just to save on the budget. Why, like from a studio standpoint, from like if I'm the guy footing the bill, if I'm the studio, if I'm on the financial side, I wouldn't see it as a good idea to keep shelling out every time my studio wants to make a movie to keep putting that in the budget as a concern, I would just go and invest in the actual equipment itself, multiples of the lenses and cameras and whatever that my guys usually want anyway. So like find out what the average thing is that they use on a lot of these sets, and then just have that in the studio so they don't even have to go out to a rental house. But I didn't know if that was like a thing that some studios do and some studios don't, or
It is.
if some of the rental places are set up by studios as an extra sort of way to help with the budget. I don't know.
It is. And, obviously this falls outside of the, the context of our lecture today. So if you need to go, you're absolutely free to go at this point. I've talked out the topics for the day, but this question in particular has a lot to do with assets and how much a studio wants to own as opposed to rent. The renting liability for any production company is a total write-off, right? If you rent equipment to make your movie, all of that gets written off in your budgets and how much taxation you have. If you're a studio and you own the camera package, you own the lighting package, now you have to figure out ways to manipulate those assets and their value so that you can deduct that or depreciate that with each film that's made with that gear. It takes you a longer time to recoup your investment if you own something than if you rent something. But the studios do own a certain amount of gear. And when we were still in the studio system, there were very few rental houses outside of the studios because the films weren't really leaving the lots very often. And when they did, they just brought their gear with them from the studio. So the studios did have a camera department, and they did have a lighting department and a grip department and a prop department and a wardrobe department. And some of the studios still maintain those assets to this day. For instance, the Paramount wardrobe department is massive. And even though Paramount doesn't make as many movies per year anymore as they used to, they still have this massive wardrobe department with costumes that go back decades and, stuff that it would be really expensive for you to make again if you had to. You can just go rent it from Paramount for a cheaper price, and they're happy to rent it to you if they're not using it on one of their own movies. Better to make money on a rental for somebody else than to have it sit in the warehouse doing nothing. So, all of the studios that I ever shot at out in LA all had lamp docks and grip docks. And that was where you would go and you would pull your equipment package for your lighting or for your grip. And then you would only bring stuff in from the outside if it was something that they didn't have already at the studio. So if you were a gaffer, let's say, you didn't want to buy a basic lighting package because if you worked a lot at Sony's already got all the basics in their lamp dock, and they're never going to rent your gear from you when they've got their own. So you'd never get your own personal assets on a movie unless it was something they didn't own, right? So you ended up, equipping your own truck with things that the lamp docks didn't own. Then you could rent your gear to Sony as well as renting Sony's gear on the movie, and you could make a little extra money on the side. But yeah, the studios do have gear. But again, it's like when there's 50 starts per season in LA, how many back packages can you own, before you start spending all your money on gear and you got no money left to make movies with, right? So renting is part of the economics of the film business that benefits more than just the studios. It can benefit an independent owner operator like a gaffer or a key grip, even a cameraman, a lot of DPs own their own camera packages or they own their own lenses so that they don't have to keep renting that product over and over, like you say. But it also might have to do with preference. Like, for instance, if let's say Roger Deakins owns his own set of Cook S4s, right? Why would he do that when the production is more than happy to rent them for him from any rental house he wants to pull from? Well, maybe he wants to make sure that he always gets a set of S4s and never gets left out high and dry because the rental house is fresh out of S4 packages. Everything's out already on rental to other people. Or maybe his S4s have a custom adaptation that the rental houses don't have. Like maybe he takes his first element and strips all the multi-coating off of it to give it a certain kind of a flare quality. Or, maybe he's got, net diffusion glued on the inside of his lens, and you don't get that standard at the rental house. you know, whatever it is. Maybe he's owned his own set of Cook Pancros for the last 30 years, and those are rare lenses now, and very few rental houses have them on offer. So, you know, there's a lot of reasons why a cameraman might want to own his own equipment. You know, you can rent it to production just as easily as they can rent it from Warner Brothers or Panavision or Claremont, for that matter. You know, might as well rent it from you if you happen to own the lenses and they're your lenses and you're shooting the movie and you prefer that brand. Production company doesn't necessarily care who they rent it from, as long as they get what you want to shoot with. And if you've already got them, why not rent them from you? You know, that's the economics. That's a part of the film business, you know, that you need to understand. It's not just knowing about codecs and compression and resolution and lenses and lights. You also need to know how to be a business person. And that's part of the business aspect of this. Is when do you rent something? When do you buy something? You know, if you're buying, you're limited by your budget. If you're renting, you're limited by a budget in a different way, right? But if a cinema lens costs you $6,000 or $10,000 a piece, and you're used to shooting with a set that consists of 6 or 7 or 8 lenses, 7 times 10,000 is $70,000. If you got 70 grand laying around and you want to buy your own lenses, more power to you, right? But chances are, you know, you're not going to spend 70 grand on a set of lenses if production will rent them from Claremont for you anytime you need them, or Panavision anytime you need them. You know, sometimes it makes better sense not to own the thing and keep your cash in the bank where, you know, it'll help you better on a rainy day. You know, it all depends.
Couldn't it be a tax write-off to some extent if you have enough equipment to rent out?
Yep, absolutely is, right? Cost of doing business. If you got to own lenses because you're a DP, you can write them off your taxes. Now, what you'll have to do with cinema lenses, because they're so expensive, is you'll have to depreciate them over time. So, like if you buy a set of photo lenses for a Nikon because you're a photographer, you know, what are you going to spend for, say, 4 lenses for a Nikon? Yeah, $2,000, $4,000. You can write that off in 1 year of taxes, right? But if you buy a set of cinema lenses for $70,000, you're not going to write that off of 1 year's taxes. You're going to write it off of 7 years. You're going to depreciate it $10,000 a year as a business and recoup your money that way over time, right? That's the rule. Those are the rules, you know, dictated to us by the IRS, based on the amount of money that you want to call an investment, right? If that was all you bought that year, you might be able to do it all in 1 year, but chances are it's not the only thing you had to buy as a business to support yourself. You needed office supplies, you needed film or recording media, you needed to rent some stuff, rent vehicles, rent equipment, hire people and pay out of pocket for it, whatever it was, you know. So chances are it's not the only thing you're writing off your taxes that year. So a big ticket item, you generally want to depreciate that over up to from anywhere from 2 to 7 years. I'm going to talk to you guys about that in your capstone class when that rolls around for you finally, because the capstone class is all about the things we don't talk about, the less glamorous aspects of working in the film business, you know, your taxes and your union dues. And, you know, it's not very sexy stuff, but you got to know that just as much as any of the other stuff you study here at UCF. So I'll talk to you about that more in your capstone. What do you think, guys? You want to call it a day? I went over time, which I don't mind doing. If you got questions, like I said, I'll sit here with you folks as long as you want to make sure that you're getting as much out of this as you possibly can. So with that, I'll ask, are there any other questions that we should talk about? Nothing? Should we adjourn then? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Do I have a second on that motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second
I
on
can't
the
do second.
motion
I can
to
do third.
Okay. This is how we would do it at a union meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Yes. Do I have a second? Yes. The meeting is adjourned. Enter the notes into the minutes, and then we will approve the minutes on our following meeting.
Or during
Okay.
the union meetings, just like, can we go back to shooting now?
Well, the old joke was if you have time to go to a union meeting, it's because you're unemployed. So that was the old joke. So I didn't get to go to many union meetings, but I hear that's how they go. So
I hear, I'm successful, so I don't know, but
I don't know. I worked a lot because I needed to, but I also,
I mean, if you're not going to work, I mean, it's just like, oh, I don't have this sort of thing in my contract for union pay. It's like, go make the movie. Why are you in the movies? You're not going to go make the movie.
Well, I don't worry about, that's what the union's all about, right? I don't have to worry about whether or not the overtime clause is in the contract. That's what the union does. I just show up to work and I show my card and say, I'm a member of XYZ local, and sign the contract when you do your start paperwork and you go to work. That's what the unions do. They look at a producer across the table and they say, darn well, at some point, you're not going to break for lunch on time. And when that day comes, the crew is going to do whatever you want them to do, as long as you understand that for every half an hour you delay their lunch break, it's going to cost you $25 per person per half an hour until you break them for lunch. Because let's face it, a movie, just like an army, travels on its stomach. And if people are hungry, they can't focus on their job and they don't have the energy to press on. So when you owe them lunch, you had better give it to them, and you had better give it to them hot and on time. And if you don't, it's going to cost you pesos, $25 per half an hour. And if it's nasty food, you're going to get billed even more for that problem. Right. And I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to sit across the desk from the UPM and go, now let's talk about my lunch. Right. I don't have to do that. The union business agent already handled that for me. All I got to do is walk in and say, did Pat come in and show you the contract? Yes. Did you agree to it? Yes. Where do I sign? That's it. And then I go to work.
Yeah. Meanwhile, all the game devs are sitting over there like, hey, I did 80 hours this week. Great. Here's the minimal amount we're going to pay you. Awesome. Like, hey, the game was the game's getting rushed out. Oh, we need to know that you're on it. No, you don't. The company just made $4 billion. You don't get nothing.
That's the biggest thing you hear. We don't have the money this week. We're good for it. We'll pay it next week. Well,
that's the thing. That's the thing. The game industry has no unions. There are literally no unions at all. Yeah, it's all just, hey, you work here, great. You don't do what we say, we fire you. It's
okay until it's not. And
exactly.
It's a big problem. But if you have a union contract, that's what collective bargaining is all about. The power of the union, especially if it's a nationwide local, like the Camera Local 600 is nationwide. No matter what contract you work under and what state you're working in, it's a 600 union contract with stipulations that are the same in Orlando as they are in Los Angeles. If you violate them, it's going to cost you. Right?
No, wait,
if you don't work under that contract, you're at the mercy of the producer.
Hold on, it's Camera Local, but it's on a national level.
Because it was nationalized. Local used to mean exactly that. It used to mean the city or the state or the jurisdiction having authority. So like New York City, the Camera Local used to be 52. The same as lighting and the same as grip. In Chicago, it was 666. And Chicago's jurisdiction went from Chicago all the way down, right down the Florida Peninsula. So Orlando and Chicago were in the same Camera Local. New York was in a different Camera Local. And LA was 644. They were in a different Camera Local, right? So if you wanted to work in LA, you had to have a 644 card. If you wanted to work in New York, you had to have a 52 card. And if you wanted to work in Chicago, you had to have a 666 card. And that is problematic when you're talking about camera people. Not every market has the same caliber of camera people. Lighting and grip is a little bit easier to do. So the Camera Local nationalized and became 600 across the board about 20 years ago. Okay, but the word local is still used to talk about the franchise that has jurisdiction over your contract. Local X, whatever the number is. Like my lighting local is Los Angeles Lighting Local 728. When I was working out of Miami in the old days, the lighting local was 477. So my union card said local 477 Miami set lighting. And then it said 728 when I worked out in LA, right? Lighting, grip, everybody else is by the jurisdiction. So the jurisdiction could be a block of states. For instance, 491, I think it's 491 that is North Carolina, which is all of North Carolina, South Carolina, and into Virginia until you get to the Washington, D.C. Local, and then their territory is the surrounding areas around D.C., right? 477 is the entire state of Florida. Okay. Local 728 is set lighting in Los Angeles. Grips are local 80, different card, different authority having jurisdiction, right? Because grip gear and lighting gear can be vastly different, right? So you don't want a lighting guy building a dolly or a crane if he hasn't been properly trained on it and isn't, approved or sanctioned by the union to be an operator of that piece of equipment. And, the DP probably doesn't want you to run in the dolly if you don't know what you're doing. So you want to make sure that if you want to use that piece of gear, you have the appropriate card. And that's out in LA where the unions are very, very strong. In, BFE Texas, you can probably do whatever the heck you want, because I don't even know if BFE Texas has a union designation, right? If you work in Dallas, they do, though. If you work in Austin, they do, right? But when you get outside of those jurisdictions, then it's kind of the Wild West again. It's better to have a show come in with a pre-existing contract from LA, let's say, to shoot in BFE Texas under the 728 contract. Then you get paid like a person who lives and works in Los Angeles under those economic constraints, and not the cost of living economic constraints of BFE Texas. Because it might cost you, and I can tell you who can tell you exactly what these values are, the IRS again. If you travel for business in the IRS and you get a per diem allotment in your taxes to deduct every time you go out of town on business, right? So if you live in Orlando, but you take a job working on a movie that's going to shoot in Pensacola for 6 weeks, 6 times 7, 42 days, times the IRS tax per diem rate per day of whatever it is, could be anywhere between $100 and $150 a day. That becomes a deductible on your taxes unless you get compensated for your meals while you're working on that movie. If it's a non-union movie, you won't get something called per diem, which means you're going to want the IRS deduction on your taxes for the 6 weeks you worked in Pensacola. And that's a good thing to do because it lowers your bottom line of how much money you actually made on that movie by 42 times 100 and say $22 a day. What's that come out to? It's a few $1,000 deducted off of your salary. If you're on a union job, though, you're going to get per diem for working in Pensacola because you came from Orlando. They're going to give you a hotel room at their expense. They're going to give you breakfast, lunch, and dinner at their expense. And they're going to give you additional per diem for weekend idle time. And all of that is compensation, which offsets your IRS allotment. Okay. And then you got to know what that is so that there might still be some money on the table. Let's say it's worth $150 a day for the IRS as per diem to work in Pensacola, but you get $100 per diem from the movie company to be in Pensacola. You're going to leave $50 a day on the table if you don't know how to deal with it on your taxes. But if you know that you got $50 a day still on the table, you're going to figure out how to get it, and you're going to do that by hiring a good accountant, right? This is the business part of film business, folks. This is the other half of it. This is the 80% not fun, tedious stuff that you got to know and manage so that you can have a career having fun in the other 20% of your time. Okay. Bonus discussion, taxation, per diem. Love it. Good questions. Okay. Want to call it a day? It's lunchtime for some of us.
Yeah, that's lunch. Unless you want to give me $25, you know, we can do that.
Not me. I'm not a producer. I'm a neck down guy. All right, folks. Have a good afternoon. Thanks for your time and attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
I will
Thank
see
you.
you folks next Monday.
Sounds good.
All right, then. Have a good afternoon.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.